Hello, everyone. Good morning. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. I have unplugged the phone. I probably ought to do that, oughtn't I? Good morning, Julie. Good morning, Cecilia. Good morning, Caroline. Good morning, Victoria. Good morning, Anna. Hello. How are you all? Yes, Victoria in Virginia. Wow, it must be very early for you. So it's really bright and sunny outside, which you can probably tell. I am going to try not to pull the curtains because it would be nice not to have to do that. But we shall see how we go. You guys let me know how it's going. I didn't know what I was going to do today, and I have put the sewing machine away, and I've got my bags of top fabric out. Now, I know I've been through these with you guys before, but I am going to be, and I'm going to talk to you about what's been going on this week as well, but I haven't filmed my autumn winter sewing plans videos yet. I have got all of my longer lengths of fabric ready, and they are upstairs. Well, I mean upstairs. They are in my fabric wardrobe up there to be filmed and chatted through with you guys. But I know there are some fabrics in here that are going to look amazing in that collection, and I do want to make tops out of. So I want to try and go through these 4 bags today to consolidate the ones that I want to use with this collection into hopefully one of these bags, if that will work. And as I say, I know you guys I've gone through this with you guys before, so I hope you don't mind me kind of repeating what I've been doing previously, but it seemed like a really good idea today. I have got some jerseys rolled up behind me over there that I also want to include in that, but I think I'm going to leave them where they are because they are plain coloured jerseys. There's no prints on them. So whilst they're going to work really well with my plans going forward, I don't feel like I have to show you guys in the kind of haul video because they're just plain. If they were prints, then yes, and I do have some prints under there that are possibly going to work as well that I might have to dig out, but we'll see. So apparently it's 7 a.m. in Virginia. Good morning. Cecilia says she has her coasts confused. Caroline's here. Good morning, Caroline. Alison is here from Australia. Hello, Alison. How are you, my lovely? Helen's here. Hi, Shine and Peeps. Greetings from Christchurch in New Zealand. So good evening, Helen. Lynn's here. Bonjour from Montreal. Bonjour, Lynn. And Natalie is here. Hello, Natalie. Or afternoon. And Susan's here from Georgia. Good morning. And we've got 34 of you so far. And Rachel's here. Morning, or is it afternoon now? I believe I was a minute early. It's 3 minutes into the afternoon now. So yes, good morning. I was in the middle of watching Rachel's fabric haul that's just gone up, and yeah, realised what the time was and that I'm going to have to finish watching it after the live stream. I'd gotten as far as your Mora leather or faux leather and the lining with the parasols, Rachel. And yes, for those of you, because I have put an edit onto the Big Bird's here as well. She's going to come and sew with us. Thank you.
Hello. I'm going to do my chores and then I'll be back.
Big Bird is helping prep for dinner. Yes, bless her. She did volunteer. Because Mum and James have gone out to walk from the new house to one of our favourite pubs to see how long that walk takes. And Big Bird did volunteer to stay here to help prep with roast dinner because we're having roast dinner this evening. So let's see. Adele, morning. First time catching your live. Good morning, Adele. Learning Stitches is here. Hello, lovely. I have no Lego. I know it's not you that needs the Lego, but yes, I have no Lego. Nancy's here. Good morning. I was watching Rachel too. Yes. Alex is here. Hi, Shah, Nia, and all the peeps. Caroline says, ooh, new house fab. Alison says, hello, Nia. Natalie says, what's going on with House Hunt? Have you found one yet? And Helen says, new house, tell all, please. So yeah, I have loads to update you on. But like I say, I haven't unplugged the phone. And if we get a phone call in this, it has, I don't know if it will do it now, but it has been kicking us off in the past. So I'm going to go and unplug the phone before I forget, because the last thing I want to do is have to restart the stream. So talk amongst yourselves. Sorry, I'm usually a bit better prepared than this, but clearly not today. No, if I don't unplug the phone, if it rings, it kicks us off. It's weird. Right, phone is unplugged. I am prepared. Let's can I swing you around a little bit more so that we're not quite so, I mean, that's, you know, I'm still in frame, right? So yeah, I think actually I'm going to just shut my little sewing foot cupboard, just so that if I do knock anything over, it's not the end of the world. So yes, lots and lots to update you on. So as you will have noticed, I did say I was going to be clogging this week, and I have not clogged at all. It just seems to want to correct to that on autocorrect on the community tab. This week has been particularly awful. I'm obviously much perkier today, but I have not been happy this week for many reasons. And it's, you know, I've been having a bit of a struggle for the last couple of months, and I think a lot of people have with what's going on in their mental health. But this week it was just like a perfect storm of things, and it's kicked my ass. And I'm saying there's a vlog going up tomorrow. I say this all in the vlog as well, but I decided to allow myself to kind of just wallow in it and just be upset and just be unhappy and do the things that I know bring me happiness. So I've dyed my hair, I've ordered myself my favorite chocolates, I have watched nearly all of the Vampire Diaries and that kind of thing. So you know, I'm obviously feeling a lot perkier today. I was really looking forward to hanging out with you guys today, so you know, thank you very much for bearing with me. And yeah, thank you very much. So let me catch up with the comments. Let's see. Learning Stitches says, okay, it's okay, he's not here at the moment, you're safe. That was regards to the Lego comment. Anna says, hi Nia. Alison says to Rachel, I'm looking forward to seeing your latest video of your latest fabric haul. And Alison says to Alex, hello Alex, I haven't seen your latest video as yet. I am hoping to get a cover stitch machine very soon. Alex says to Alison, that's super exciting, I hope you love it. Helen says, hi Sian, 11:05 here in New Zealand, PM. Good evening, Helen. And Anna says to Alison, hiya, how are you? Cecilia says, sometimes the only way is through it, and you got to embrace it sometimes. Agreed, Cecilia. Alex says, poor you, sending you hugs. It's okay to not be okay sometimes. Exactly. Nicola says, hello, I'm a wee bit late. Have I missed anything? Not at all. Alison says to Alex, I'm looking at the Janome Cover Pro 1000, which is a model before their current model and is supposed to be much better. Yeah, Alex is the one to ask about cover stitch machines. So yeah, what's been going on? So basically the government, they did a new announcement this week, which has made it illegal for us to gather in groups bigger than 6. So the final retreat of this year has been cancelled, which sucks. Absolutely sucks. You know, we were gearing up, if you've been watching Rachel's fabric haul, you go to watch it later. Rachel has bought the most beautiful fabric for her bag for the retreat, and yeah, I had to cancel it. I know we're 5 weeks away, things might change in the interim, but the last thing that I wanted to do was leave it to the last minute and then it not be something that we could that, you know, something that I would have to cancel last minute, and people will have spent money on travel, and you know, it then doesn't allow the Lalcoom to, because Lalcoom can still welcome guests, as bed and breakfast guests. And, you know, if I gave up the weekend now, that gave them 5 weeks to try and sell spaces on that weekend, which I know they've sold 2 of already. So yeah, I made the decision to cancel it, and it's now been moved to next year. So the dates are the 22nd to the 26th of April and the 6th of May to the 10th of May. And we have got everybody that was booked to any of the dates this year is now booked into next year. And there are, I think there are 12 places available because I am running 2. If I had only done 1, there wouldn't have been room for everybody that was booked onto both of them to transfer, or wanted to transfer over to next year. There wouldn't have been room for everybody, so I've had to run 2, which is fine, and it's worked out really well because the people have split over the 2 weekends. So I'm going to put up I'm going to amend the retreat page on my website. I'm going to amend the dates on my Facebook page, and I will announce it on the blog as well. So if any of you guys are interested, because I know there were a few of you that wanted to come that have not been before, like Duvale was saying that she might be able to come from Lithuania, which would be amazing, then they are available to book now. So yeah, that was the first thing. This has been the worst it's ever been, which has not been fun to deal with. And I don't know if that's related to other things that have made me feel worse and made this worse, but it's not been great. Time of the month. And as I say, I've been struggling with my mental health the last couple of months anyway. And it was just all at once this week. Grr. So not great. But as I have said, it was one of those times where it's like, you know what? Usually I want this to be a positive space on the internet. I want my channel to be positive, and the last thing I want to do, and I know I come on and when I'm sick and I bill and you know, when I have a cold and things like that, I come on and talk to you guys about it. But this one was particularly like, no, there is no positive that I can put on this at the moment. And as I think it was Caroline said, sometimes you just have to go through it, and I did, and I'm now feeling so much better. And it was really nice to have this to look forward to this weekend. So thank you guys for hanging out with me. Absolutely amazing of you. So yeah, it's been a pants week, but I know I'm not the only one. I know everybody is struggling with this in different ways. I'm not trying to say I'm a special snowflake, and you know, it's just one of those things that everybody's been dealing with this in their own way, and it just got to me. One of those things. But I have decided, as I say today, that I am going to play with fabric, which always makes me happy. So yay. Let me catch up with the chat. Caroline says, I had a really bad couple of days, Wednesday, Thursday. So yesterday I went fabric shopping, chocolate shopping, and cast on a Hearten. Oh, nice. Mum is ever so nearly finished with my navy Hearten cardigan, which I'm so looking forward to. Big Bird has tried on the khaki one that Mum knit for me and the turquoise one, and actually Big Bird's going to take the khaki one out of the bamboo knit because it's not as the acrylic wool, and whilst I like it, I don't love it as the way I do with the acrylic one. So I'm going to buy some more acrylic yarn in a khaki colour or a military green colour, and Big Bird has taken the bamboo knit one. But yes, Sherwood's are having an amazing sale at the moment, so I have taken advantage of that. I haven't placed a Sherwood's order since my birthday, so I decided on some Sherwood's fabric. There is a cardigan coming. And I bought chocolate. I bought myself some of my favourite rose and violet creams from Prestat, which you can get through Amazon. So yay. So yes, highly agree with you, Caroline. Those things, like mini self-care things, you guys, everybody has something different that will make them feel just that little bit, you know, and I agree. Those things have really helped. So yay. Natalie says that's crap. but with the S word. Guru bloody COVID. Agreed. Alex says to Alison, there's lots of info on it, so hopefully it'll be easy for you to start playing with it. That's for the cover stitch. Alison says to Anna, hello lovely, I haven't seen your latest video as yet, but don't worry, I soon will. Yes, Anna's put up her latest fabric haul and one make video this morning as well. I haven't watched Alex's video either. I'm kind of running out of time because there's so many sewing bloggers popping up. I'm running out of time to watch everybody. It's becoming a full-time job in and of itself. Michelle is here. Good morning, everyone. Ginny is here. Hello, Sean and chat. Hello, Ginny. How are you? Hello, Michelle. How are you? Anna says to Alison, not long put it up unless you mean last week's. Lillian is here. Good morning from Puerto Rico. Good morning, Lillian. I hope I've said that right. I've only got the chat over there, so I think I can see it. Yvonne is here. Hi Yvonne. She says hi Sean. Alison says to Anna, it is the latest video. Sandy Peterson says, just bought the Janome Cover Pro 2000 and I love it. Anna says to Alison, today's is the latest one. Guess what it is? Nicola says, Sean, you don't need to justify yourself to us. You do what is best for you. Yeah, and I completely agree, Nicola. I'm not justifying myself. I am just wanting to chat with you guys because that's what I enjoy doing, and it does help to kind of verbalize what's been going on as well. So it's not necessarily justification. It is just kind of like a chat about, you know, this is what's been going on in my life and this is where I've been. But yeah, thank you for that. But yes, I think that's one thing that a lot of people kind of think when people explain stuff. It's like they're not trying to justify, but it can come across like that. And the majority of the time it is literally just us just chatting it through with you because we enjoy talking to you guys. So yes, thank you, Nicola. Michelle says, you're welcome. Hanging out is always good when you're with friends. Exactly, Michelle. Laurie is here. Good morning, Laurie. How are you, my lovely? Alison says to Anna, you have me curious. Alison says to Sandy, I saw the latest Brother cover stitch machine this week and it looks amazing. Caroline says, sweet Sean, you are amongst friends. Feel your feelings and share with us what you want. I personally love that you show us the good, the bad, and all the fabric. Keep on keeping on. Thank you, Carolyn. And yeah, exactly. I mean, that's exactly it. I get great pleasure out of chatting to you guys, and I get great pleasure knowing that I can show you all sides of me. But yeah, it's yeah, I've not been the ray of sunshine I usually am this week, have I, Nina? No. Even with family here, I have been a little hermit crab up in my shell. But I'm feeling much more myself. And we had an amazing fire pit barbecue yesterday, which I have got on camera, and I started editing it last night, and it's going to be interesting.
Yeah. Or was it one of those editing sessions?
Well, James enjoyed it. James protests too much, I think, when the camera comes out, because he does enjoy being on it and gurning at it. So yes. Caroline says, keep an eye out. Apparently Robin Yarns have gone into administration, so lots of places have their yarns cheap. So I also got yarn for baby twinsies Christmas presents. Oh, good knowledge, but that's sad. Isabel's here. Good morning. Judy running so and so. Hello, Sean and Nia. Sat here trying to tidy up the laptop. Good luck with that. Ginny says, what was the store with the amazing sale again? It's Sherwood Fabrics. And oh, then Natalie says, Ginny, it's Sherwood's. Yes, I took advantage of it. I did take advantage of it. Whenever they do 30% off, it tends to be around Christmas and around about this time. But yeah, they tend to do their really big discounts at Christmas, and I do tend to take advantage. But like I say, I haven't done a Sherwood's order since my birthday, which was so much fun. But because so many of you guys were so generous, I think I had 7 gift cards, and that you can only put one in at a time. So I had to do the phone call over the phone with, I think, the owner. And he was just like, you have some very generous friends. And I'm like, I know. Judy says, chat away. There should be no apologies, especially with mental health. Self-care comes first. Exactly. And that's another thing is, I don't want to not talk about mental health because it should be a subject that has no stigma or taboo attached to it. It should be something that we all talk about openly, because I think it happens to everybody at some point in their life or not. There is going to be something that happens, and it needs to be something that is not shameful or stigmatized or in any way, and it should be talked about, which is why I do talk to you guys about it, and I have done and have been very open with you guys right from the get-go, because it is something that should be talked about and should be normalized and should be discussed, and yeah. So, and I feel comfortable talking to you guys about it because you are also awesome, and you are also understanding, and you also have some amazing perspectives yourselves on things that have helped you and things that you do, and it's exactly what it should be. So thank you. Nia's like, I'm sorry. It's like, no. Mum sits and sews in the corner as well. It's totally fine. You guys don't mind sewing noises, right?
I'll try not to swear.
Oh yeah, no, don't swear. Don't get me demonetized.
It's just my standard sewing
vocabulary. Yeah. Natalie says to Ginny, Ginny says thank you to Natalie. Charlie's here. I love this space is safe to share. Exactly. Nicola says, my son moved back to uni last week. Now his room is my sewing space and I have all my stuff in one place. I'm delighted, but where did all the fabric come from? I mean, Rachel was saying the same thing the other day, that she's not sure where she's going to start putting new fabric, and I offered to store it for her. She didn't reply to that comment. I don't know why.
Glad the Peeps find it acceptable to throw your children out so you can have their bedroom.
Yes.
I fully intend on doing that with my lot.
Yes, exactly. I mean, currently your dining room's your sewing room, isn't it? But it's more sewing room than dining room.
More sewing room than dining room.
I think it gets converted to dining room maybe twice a year.
Christmas.
Alison says, Sian, it is important to have self-care, especially during especially during these times, or any time for that matter. Agreed, Alison. Nicola says, he does know I've done it and I'm over the moon with it all. Awesome. You'll have to share some photos in the Peeps group, Nicola, so we can see what you've been doing, because we're going to need some inspiration, because I'm going to be doing a sewing room very soon. I'll start talking about it in a second. Rachel says, I'm still not replying to that comment where I offered to keep fabric for her. I mean, Rachel, I can be specific. I'll keep all your leafy fabric for you if you like. Then you know where it all is in one place, nice and safe.
I'll look after any blue fabric.
I don't think she's going to say yes to either of us. Judy says to Rachel, Rachel will frisk you as you leave. Yes. Patricia says, hello everyone from Sydney, Australia. Hello. Chris is here from Adelaide. Good evening to both of you. Helen says, is the house progress? Yes, that's the next thing I'm going to talk about. Alison says, you know what I'm going to ask? How is Chiana today? Grumpy. She's very grumpy today. She came and sat next to me on the sofa and has just been giving me the evil eye all morning. Natalie says, it'll be in your wardrobes. And Alex says that she can look after Rachel's lycra. See, look, Rachel, we're all being very helpful. Very helpful.
Yeah, good friends.
Yes, very good friends. Nia has made me a vat of tea. This is actually a mug that she bought for Mum, but she's given it to me because I did ask for a large tea, which is very nice of you, Nia. Thank you.
It's because me and your mum keep fighting over the big mug.
Yes. So, Anna says, how is Susie? Susie is good. She's currently out on a walk. She is definitely losing more sight. I'm guessing that she only kind of sees blurry light and dark now. She's bumping into a lot more things, bless her. But she's very, very happy in herself and wants to have the ball thrown for her, and is well aware enough of her surroundings where the ball gets thrown that she is bombing down the stairs and back up again with zero issues. So yeah, she's good. She's good. She's 12 years old now. She turned 12 on the 3rd of August. So yes.
Having her little legs walked off her by a baby brother trying to get fit.
Yes, she's getting dragged on lots of really long walks, like much longer than she's used to. So she's coming back and she's like, okay. Judy says, I need that mug. Rachel says, as much as I love you all, I don't trust any of you. Rachel, I have no idea why. It's just wrong.
Rude.
So, house updates. Our house has officially started the selling process. Touch wood, nothing falls through, but the solicitors have been instructed, the documents are being signed, documents are being sourced for all sorts of things. Who knew how many things you needed to sell a house? But they're all being sourced and sorted out now. So yes, our house has sold to the lady from London who has not seen it, which I find slightly terrifying. Although we have experienced, when we've been looking at houses, a couple of times people have gazumped us because they've bought it sight unseen before we even got in to look at it. So the way the market's going at the moment, if a house is fairly priced, they are literally up for a day. We went and we looked around a house that we fell in love with. We put an offer in. It was offers over. We put an offer £22,000 over the asking price, and we were not even close to being successful, which was amazing. But that was the most that we were willing to pay for that particular house, and it wasn't Mum's dream forever home. It was a house that was incredibly practical for what we needed it to do now. Who was that? Oh, Pop. And yeah, it was one that they were happy to live in. And because the lady that's buying our house wants to be in by the 20th of October, it was getting to the point where we needed to buy something because we were going to be homeless otherwise, basically. So we told the lady that we weren't moving till the end of October because the retreat's been cancelled, so we brought our moving date forward. There was a house that came up, which Mum, on paper and the photos, fell in love with. And it is a gorgeous house, but I was just like, it's not big enough. The bedrooms are tiny. It's all living space, and the living space is amazing. All living space. And I mean, the bedrooms aren't tiny, but they're not spacious. They've put the bedrooms as the place that you sweep and that's all you do in it, kind of thing, which, you know, that's generally how most people live in a house. The other thing was, it was like, well, where's the sewing room going to go? Because there is no room for the sewing room. So anyway, we went to look at the house. We were half an hour early for our appointment because we got the time mixed up. We got there and I was just like, Mum, it's lovely, but it's too small. Let's just go. Let's just cancel. And she was like, no. She's just patient. She didn't even say no. She just patiently sat there and ignored me. And it was like, okay, she wants to see this house. So we walked in and it's gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous. Hello. Dad's
Talk
here.
about me.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Hang on, just so that, because we're very full in here. Wave to the peeps.
Are you decanting into the kitchen?
No, it was Monday. She wanted you to move washing down.
Yeah, I'm in here all day today.
Oh, I thought you were in the kitchen.
No.
I was just going to show off my cooking of a shoulder and a half of lamb.
No.
Slow cooked for 4.5 hours.
Yeah. No, we're in here today.
Because I didn't know what you were doing with them these days.
We'll just let them talk amongst themselves.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Sorry.
And I changed the towels over, but the washing machine hadn't quite finished when I came in.
Yeah, I know. I'll catch up. Very good. Just slotting in. Okay. Lovely day.
Everyone's saying hi to you, Dad.
Hi.
So
have you told the bold news?
I'm halfway through.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
So don't ruin.
I'm not.
Don't ruin the punchline.
Yeah. Yeah. A hell of a punchline.
Right. Where was I? Yeah. So anyway, I walked in. And the living area, the kitchen, diner and living room and the sunroom are gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. And they've been really clever with the use of space, to the point where in the kitchen there was a tiny little sliver of space left, so they put a 6-bottle wine fridge in this sliver of space.
Mine.
So, and there's a utility room. And then we went to look at the bedrooms, and the master bedroom is actually the bedroom that I would have, because it is slightly bigger, and I won't be spending as much time in the main body of the house as mum and dad will. So they're having the second biggest bedroom, which is downstairs with it's not en suite, but it's on the downstairs floor that's got a shower room, and then the upstairs floor. So there's the ground floor, basement, and first floor. And then the first floor has a bathroom, which was really important to me. I really wanted a bath. We were going to move wherever they wanted to, even if it didn't have a bath, but I would really like a bath. And then the bedroom. And actually, in real life, it was way bigger than it looked on the photos, because they had a giant bed in the photos. And they'd sold the bed because their house sale had fallen through. What the chain had broken down. It was quite a long chain, and the chain had broken down 2-3 days before they were meant to exchange. So it went back on the market. It was a very good price, and the back garden's beautiful. And then there is a garage, an external separate garage with power, and it's more than big enough to be made into the sewing room. And because sewing it's not just for me that they're making it into the sewing room. Sewing is very important to mum as well. It's something that she does daily. So we are going to be converting the garage into the sewing room, which is going to mean that there probably won't be, I mean, we're going to try and make it work with putting machines in the main house in the interim, but the garage is the first thing that we're doing, so that there will be a sewing room. So I get to take you guys on that journey, because from this house that I was just like, no, let's not even bother to go and look at it. Mum was on floating on air. She's come back from one other house like that, and she'd rated that one as a 9.5, and this one she's rated as a 9.8. And the only downside is that there wasn't a sea view. So they put in an offer on it. Dad hasn't seen it yet. I took him on a video tour around it, but he hasn't seen it yet, and he's not getting to see it till next Friday. So we've I completely changed my mind. Mum was willing to be talked out of it, apparently, but I was actually ended up being talked into it. And for some reason, Dad trusts my spatial awareness slightly more than he trusts Mum. So yeah, they've put an offer in, and we looked at it. There were some people waiting in the driveway to come and look at it after we'd left. There was another viewing that evening. I think everyone put in offers. People put in offers under the asking price. 2 of us put in offers at the same amount. They asked us for highest and final bids. We put ours in, and it's been accepted. So technically we have a house, which is amazing. So anyway, we got back and we kind of like showed everyone, and then James and Nia started reading the particulars of this thing, and they're like, oh, it's got stunning sea views. And Mum and I are like, what? And it does, it's got sea views. We hadn't even noticed. It's only from the upstairs, and it's from actually the bathroom, which is a frosted window. But if you're out the front of the house, there are sea views, which, yeah, we hadn't even noticed that. And then the other thing was as well, James was reading through and he was like, oh, underfloor heating in the kitchen and dining room and the bathrooms. And Mum and I are like, what? So we've not paid attention. We've not paid like the proper attention to this thing at all. So yeah, we've hopefully we've bought a house, and we should be moving in around about the 20th. We've got people coming tomorrow and Tuesday to quote for packing up the house. Somebody was asking about that, and it's literally, yes, they pack everything. I mean, I'm going to pack my underwear and a couple of changes of clothes and my toiletries, but other than that, they're going to pack everything. They even dismantle furniture as well if needs be. So, I mean, obviously we unpack everything when we get to the other end, but they do everything, which is amazing and so much less stressful, because the idea of packing up this house fills me with dread, and I would end up doing quite a lot of it, because it wouldn't be something that either Mum and Dad could do for long periods of time. So the fact that we're having someone come and pack it up for us is amazing. So yeah, I'm going to say, I've said this in the vlog that's going up tomorrow. I'll say it again now. We are staying on the island, but it has been pointed out to me that I have shared an awful lot of our location and probably more than is security wise in this day and age. And now obviously you guys and the current audience is amazing and wouldn't take advantage of that and wouldn't be creepy and wouldn't, I'm not worried about you guys, but it has been pointed out to me by a few people that I need to be slightly more security conscious about our home going forward. So I'm going to say that we are staying on the island, but I'm not going to tell you where. And I won't be showing you the front of the house, but I will be showing you the rooms. I won't do a walkthrough of the house, but I will show you the rooms. And I will obviously be showing you the garage conversion to sewing room from start to finish. And I mean, as I say, none of you, I'm not worried about any of you guys, but it has been pointed out to me that I do probably need to be a little bit more security conscious going forward because the channel is growing. And I think that that is a very sensible thing. So we're staying on the island. Mum and Dad were never going to leave the island. That wasn't happening. But yes, it's exciting. So fingers crossed, touch wood, because things could still fluff up. So, touch melamine furniture because I haven't got any wood. But yeah, fingers crossed. Everybody cross everything for us. That would be awesome. So yay. So let me catch up with the chat again because I've got a little bit behind. Cecilia says, how do you think Susie will adjust to a new house? We're hoping fairly well. There are harnesses that you can get that have like those bendy rubber things on them so that if she walked into something she doesn't hit her face, she hits the rubber thing so she knows to stop. So we may look into getting her one of those to start with, but hopefully she'll adjust pretty well, but we'll see. Iris says, my little Mia is 15 now and deaf as a post, jumps out of her skin if you touch her and she doesn't know you're there. Oh bless. Yeah, Susie's not lost her hearing thankfully, but it's just, yeah, her eyesight, bless her. Charlie says, I spent an hour in the dentist chair at the dental and maxillofacial hospital department having my front left tooth rebuilt. That was Monday and the tooth fell apart on Friday. Oh no, Charlie, I'm so sorry. Judy says, last time I was at yours, your fabric was safe and admired to Rachel. Anna says, keeping everything crossed for you, the house goes through, all okay. Then everyone's saying hi to Dad. Caroline says, roast lamb. Now I am really jealous, more because it's someone else cooking. Cecilia, Michelle, Caroline, and Caroline have all said hello to the FWIF. Isabel says, that's great news. Gin and Pin says, hello peeps. I'll be popping in and out today as I've been shopping and housework to do. Hope to get around to some sewing later. Great news about the house. Thank you. Nancy says, congratulations. Anna says, make sure the packers are not fabric thieves. Yes, we used a company called Dibbons last time and they did actually lose a box of fabric and I kind of had to fight with them to get the insurance to pay up for it, but I did get an £800 payout from the insurance company, which was spent on fabric, which, I mean, it wasn't great losing the fabric, but it was also amazing having the £800 to justifiably replace the fabric. So that was good. And the trouble was a lot of it was quite old and out of print quilting cotton, so a lot of it couldn't have been replaced, but it was still fun buying new fabric. So yes, I obviously don't want them to lose anything, but if anything untoward happens, then they are insured. And other than that, they broke one glass. That was it, moving an entire 2-bedroom house from London to the Isle of Wight. So we are getting Dibbons to quote for us. We're getting a couple of other people to quote, but I have a feeling that if Dibbons is a competitive quote, we'll end up going with them because we know the experience. Cecilia says, a safe Shan is a happy Shan. Yes. Noel says, hi Shan and peeps, I'm keeping my fingers crossed for you. Thank you, says, thank you, Noelia. Michelle says, congratulations to all of you. Thank you. Patricia says, great news. Congratulations. Thank you. Christine says, bonjour peeps from Montreal. That is fantastic for your new house adventure. Thank you. Charlie says, everything crossed. Thank you, Charlie. And Leslie says, hi Sean, a bit late today. Just caught the news about the house move. Congratulations. Thank you very much, Leslie. So yes, it's exciting. It is exciting. And I think it's also the last couple of months, it's been, I mean, you guys all know, you guys have all moved house. You guys know how stressful moving house is. And I didn't realize quite how stressful the housing market has been at the moment. Because as I say, you know, houses were coming on the market, and if you weren't the first person to see it, then you weren't getting them. You just weren't. So yeah, it's kind of, I mean, it's not even my house, it's mum and dad's house. Obviously they are involving me in it because they are very kind and they want my input, and as I say, apparently my spatial awareness is slightly better than mum's. I mean, there were some beautiful houses that we looked at, like barn conversions and things, but the scale of them would have not fit papa in, although mum would have fit in perfectly, kind of thing. So yeah, the whole process has been really stressful. And as I say, I'm not counting all of the eggs yet because you never know, but fingers crossed. The lady buying from us is not in a chain, so, and she's confirmed, and the people going ahead already have their house to go to. So we're in a very short chain, so hopefully nothing happens. Lynn says, afternoon, Sean and everyone. Fingers crossed for you all for the house. Having problems with the internet today. It keeps buffering. Oh no. But welcome, Lynn. Thank you for coming and joining us. So I have been waffling at you for 40 minutes. I probably ought to try and drink this tea now. Still feels like it's really hot. But it's actually perfing. Perfing is a word. Perfect drinking temperature. Terry says, hello from Australia. Lynn here. Love your channel. Hello, Lynn. Good evening. Thank you for joining us. There's 106 of you at the moment. 106 from all over the world, which always blows my mind.
Like 12.
Yeah. I remember when with Dad, when he could come and sit as well, used to kind of get everyone to give a roll call of where they were in the world, and then he'd write lists of like all the different countries that you guys are in. So he was like, oh my god, you've got people from everywhere. It's like, I know, they're awesome. Alex says there's 106 people and only 23 likes, ... Yes, if you could all like the live stream, that would be amazing. Thank you. And I say this every time. If you wouldn't mind coming back once it's finished and just leaving a little emoji comment on it, that would also be amazing, because it shows interaction with my audience, which the algorithm loves. So, have I waffled enough to now move on to trying to sort out this lot? Oh,
Sorry, that's
noisy.
me.
What was it?
It's me going on to put a like on.
How are you getting an advert?
Yeah.
Oh dear. Right, Kathy says, good morning, Sean and Peeps from Pennsylvania. Congratulations on your new home. Hope it goes well. Thank you, Kathy. Cecilia says, we moved into a much smaller house from a larger one years ago, and it's become my favorite place. Sometimes it's not all about the size. Agreed. Alison says, congratulations on your new home. I hope it all goes well with the move. Thank you, Alison. Yeah, I mean, with the thing with this place is it's not so much that it's a smaller size, it's a different distribution of the square footage. So the living room is much bigger, and the kitchen diner is probably the same as what we have now, just differently shaped. And it's very clever. There's lots of little storage nooks here and there everywhere as well. So it'll be interesting. There's a bedroom that is going to be turned into Mum and I's shared dressing room, which is very exciting. And that also means that I get to do a giant IKEA order, which I love IKEA furniture, and I love building IKEA furniture, and I am awesome at IKEA furniture. I am IKEA queen. So there are going to be a lot of IKEA time lapses in your future. And again, as I say, because the sewing room is not immediately ready to move into, it's going to be a lot of house decorating and kind of DIYs for that kind of things going forward, which I hope you guys will forgive me for. But hopefully it's really fun content, because I really enjoy watching that kind of stuff on YouTube. Although I do appreciate that the whole idea of successful YouTube channels is to niche down into a very specific set of content and stick to it. And yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm kind of broadly trying to do everything. But that's because that's what's going to be. Otherwise, there just won't be any videos for probably a month. And I don't want to do that because I enjoy hanging out with you guys so much. So yeah, I mean, we're going to have to do a live hangout where I get to reorganize and unpack my wardrobe into my new IKEA wardrobe. You know, it's going to have to be stuff like that. So I hope you guys enjoy. Carolyn says, "Ooh, good storage. Means more storage. Means more fabric stashing."
Mm.
Yeah. See, I was quite tempted to put my fabric into the sewing room. The trouble is, Mum's sneaky. Mum is sneaky, and I can imagine coming down and she'll be cutting into something and be like, "Oh, where'd you get that?" I'd be like, "Well, I just borrowed it from your fabric stash." I mean, I know she wouldn't do that. But I do come down every now and again, and Mum's kind of rootling through things, and I'm like, "What are you looking at?" She's like, "Well, I'm just wondering if you needed this." Having access to all of it in one go, I'm not sure is a good idea. Charlie says, "Part of the joy of moving is in the anticipation." Yes. Caroline says, "It's always fascinating to watch house tours and room creation stuff." Yes. And I'm going to be doing a full house tour of Idle Rocks because we are moving. So it will be really fun for you guys to see it from front drive to back drive, the whole way through, a walkthrough of the entire grounds and the entire house, because Mum and Dad spent a lot of time and effort. They've lived here for 21 years, and you know, I would like them to have a video reminder of this place that they can come and look at whenever they want. So I will be doing a full house tour of Idle Rocks going before we leave, so that we have that. And as I say, I'm going to show you the rooms at the new place. I'm just not going to do like an empty house walkthrough because that tends to give away like what it looks like. And I mean, I know this is ridiculous, and I know it's not something that any of you guys would do, but there are people that have done walkthroughs, and other people have found their location because they've got the layout and they've gone on Zoopla and Rightmove and things like that to track them down and get their addresses and things. And as I say, I know none of you guys are going to do that because you're all awesome, but the channel is growing, so it's one of those things where I want to try and be a little bit more conscious about it. But I will be showing you the rooms and things. And as I say, the rooms that we are going to be doing big makeovers to, well, not even makeovers, just like reorganizations of, I will definitely show you, and the entirety of the sewing room from start to finish as well. I'm so excited about that. Let's see. Noelia says, "Ooh, I do love building flat pack furniture, so looking forward to it." Awesome. Ever so often says, "Hey peeps, hello, how are you?" Alison says, "I hope you will get your mail redirected for when you send the parcel of goodies. We would hate to have the repeat of last time." Yes, Alison, totally. And we will be redirecting mail. And I am going to be looking into a local Isle of Wight PO box address going forward as well. Carol says, "Good morning from New York City." Good morning, Carol. Sal's here from Australia. Hello, Sal. Michelle says, "We will enjoy anything you produce for us." Thank you, Michelle. Alex says, "Your niche is positive vibes, aka waffles, so you can talk about various things." Thank you, Alex. That's a very good point. Diane says, "Hola from Los Angeles." Good morning. Wow. "Distribution of size and individual spaces matter so much in an abode and storage." Congratulations. Definitely, Diane. Alex says hi to Sal. Carol says, "I love IKEA and building furniture." My ex-husband was terrible. Like, I bought a whole bunch of flat pack furniture and he kind of just sat and looked at me blankly whilst I built the entire thing. He was there for some like muscle to like lift things up, but that was I literally built the entire thing, me and Dad. Gin and Pin says, "I have spent, is it Susie, isn't it? Susie, have I got that right? I always forget Gin and Pins, don't I? I need to write myself a cheat sheet of everybody's names. But Gin and Pin says, "I have spent the day and a half sorting out a couple of box files of paperwork out. Nowhere near as exciting as going through my fabric or patterns." Oh, but nice when it's done and organized. Judy says, oh, looking forward to seeing your sewing room develop. I've just about finished mine, but let Rachel christen the table. I saw. I was very tempted by that. I've had that table solution before. I only had one of them rather than the two. I was very tempted by that, but I think I'm going to have to go for like because the sewing room is not going to be giant. So I don't think we're going to have enough space for a permanently up cutting table. So I think I'm going to have to do one that half of it's hinged and it's on wheels. But I have a plan for how to build that out of IKEA furniture. So fingers crossed it works. We'll see. Alison says hello to Sal. Sal says bonjour to Alex and Alison. Adele says that's freaky, but looking forward to seeing your home makeovers. Yvonne says, hi from the Netherlands. What is the very beautiful dress or top that you are wearing? Very beautiful fabric. And this is the Now and Then beach pajamas. And it's one that I've just recently made. There is a sew along for it. Nia has the actual results of that sew along, don't you?
Yeah.
And yes, beach pajamas from Now and Then. And this fabric was from the Textile Centre. And it is a viscose and I love it. And this is the second thing. I've got it in 2 colorways and I've now made it up in these. Caroline says PO box was going to be my next question. Lol. I'm looking into it because PO boxes can be expensive. I think they're about £30 a month. And at one point I definitely needed it because you guys were incredibly prolific about sending me things, which was amazing. I mean, there was one year my birthday went on for about 4 months because just presents just kept arriving, which was wonderful. And you've calmed down a lot now, which is great because I don't ever expect you guys to ever get me anything. It's I had a point where I mentioned the Ziggy jacket and 4 of you bought me the pattern, which was amazing of you, but it's never my intent whenever I mention something that I don't currently own it's not like a you must buy me this thing at all. But yes, PO boxes can be expensive, so I'm going to have a look into solutions for that. And what I love getting from you guys are the letters and cards, and I have an entire A4 lever arch file which is actually now full. I'm going to have to move to a new one of all the different letters and cards and things that you guys have sent me over the last couple of years. And that's another thing that I've actually looked at this last couple of days because it is such an uplifting and positive thing to look through because you're all just so lovely. So I would like to be able to keep a PO box to get those kind of things from you guys, but it's never a here's my PO box, send me stuff. And I never, whenever I mention something that I don't have, it's never to be like for me sitting there going, who's going to buy it for me? It's because I'm interested in the thing and I'm going to purchase it at some point for myself. At least that's usually the plan. I mean, with the Ziggy jacket, I hadn't purchased it, the patterns yet, because it was $25 and I hadn't got to the point where I felt that I was going to be confident enough to make it. And I mentioned that in one of my, I think it was my Make 9 videos. And as I say, 4 of you bought it for me, which was amazing of you. So I've given 1 copy to Nia, I've given another copy to a friend, and I'm going to, I've kept 1 copy, and then another copy was a PDF. So I have the PDF files as well, which is amazing. But yeah, it's never, if I ever mention something, it's never my intention to prompt or hint for anything like that. But the cards and the letters, 100%, and I would love to keep a way of you guys sending me that kind of stuff, because I mean, you guys have made me cry more times than I care to admit with the lovely letters. So yes, that's what I would like the PO box for. Natalie says, I've recently bought some Hoover packs that compress the items down from Amazon. They were a godsend. Yeah, I've seen that. We've got some of those for the bedding and stuff that we store in one of the blanket boxes. They are awesome. Carol says, when my sister-in-law bought IKEA furniture with wedding money, she and I put it together while my brother slept. Yeah, I love it. Josephine is here. Hello, how are you, my lovely? Judy says, it fits, it fills the room. I'm doing a vlog on the room when have created storage space. I'm looking forward to seeing that, Judy. Louise says, hi everyone. Hello, Louise. Bethany is here. Best way to build IKEA stuff is to get drunk first. It makes it far more fun. Also, hello everyone. Hi Bethany, how are you, my lovely? That could be amusing.
Not as quiet as your machine.
What to do? I can imagine doing a live stream building IKEA furniture whilst I drink and answer questions. That could get messy quickly.
Well, me and you, definitely.
Yes. I don't know if you're going to be, well, I don't know if you're going to be able to come back this year, are you?
Probably not.
No. We'll probably have built everything before you get to come back. Oh dear. One of my eyelashes is trying to make a bid for freedom. Excuse me, peeps. There we go, that's better. Bethany, it does sound like a recipe for trouble, but it does sound like it'll be hilarious as well. And Natalie says, I like your style, Bethany. And Alex says, I like that, Bethany, as well. Judy says, I get the daughter onto it. Even her brother feeds her wine to build the stuff for him. Alex says, we get you stuff because you make funny noises when you open the parcels. Yes. Yes.
Do you feel we're missing a career trick here?
Yes.
People are generally paying people in wine to build IKEA furniture.
We need a name for the company, don't we? The drunk builders, something like that. Christine says, what are you guys sewing today? Nia, you're sewing cargo shorts, aren't you?
Yeah, wardrobe by me cargo shorts.
Yes.
Which I know aren't going to fit yet again.
Yes. We need to have a look at the sizing of those because it's confusing. And Christine says, bonjour, my belle Alex. How are you today? Lottie's here. Sorry, she says, sorry I'm late. Don't worry, Lottie. Hello, how are you, my love? Christine says, IKEA furniture are the best for a sewing room. Yeah. I mean, as you guys see, majority of the stuff that's in here is IKEA already, and a lot of it is going to just get put into the sewing room. We will need new wardrobes because there is only one built-in wardrobe in Mum and Dad's room, and then there are some built-in wardrobes in my room, but not enough. And there's room to put Pax wardrobes in round two walls, which I'm so looking forward to. I love doing that kind of stuff. I love designing it all, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be fun. And the wardrobe room also, one of the things that makes Pax wardrobes slightly more expensive, the carcasses themselves are fairly inexpensive for what they are, but it's all the things that go inside and then the doors and the door options, the nicer door options tend to be more expensive. But because the wardrobe room is going to be an entire room just for wardrobes, it means that we don't need to put any doors on it because we can just close the door to the room, and that's like having the door shut. So it's literally a walk-in wardrobe, which is very exciting. Alex says to Christine, bonjour Christine, I'm okay, hope you're doing well. Right, okay, so I've been waffling for nearly an hour and I've done nothing other than that. Let me finish this tea and then we'll start looking through this fabric. I hope you guys don't mind. I know, as I said at the beginning, I know you guys have seen this, but yeah. Lottie says, oh yay, I'm hoping this means good house news for you all. Yes, fingers crossed we've sold and have bought somewhere, Lottie, and are moving on the 20th of October. Terrifying. Alison says you will have to get one of those IKEA infamous pegboards for all of your sewing knickknacks. That's what I want to do. Yeah, so that these don't have to go on the wall. I want to get some of this. Yeah, I'm so looking forward to it. Christine says all fabrics. I mean, it's all stuff that you've seen before, as I say, but I just want to, the stuff that, I know there's stuff in these 4 bags that will look really good with the autumn-winter collection, so I want to try and dig those out, just to remind myself as well, because I know I went through this with you, but that was probably about 3-4 months ago, wasn't it? And Sal says, we are just here for the waffle, so all good. Thank you. And Alex says, I'm the worst interior designer. I just want things to always be in the same place. Yeah, how is because you're having your sewing room redone, aren't you, Alex? How's that going? Okay, drinking. I feel like I have to finish the vat of tea because I asked for a vat of tea. Gin and Pin says, I saw someone on YouTube making a cutting table from some IKEA cupboards on wheels. Think she's Danish, but can't remember her name. I'm mine's going to be expedite units on wheels with a hinged top and some of the extendable legs, and I will be showing you guys how I put it together. I haven't seen anyone else do exactly that one, but there are some amazing IKEA hacked cutting tables on the YouTubes, which have been giving me lots of inspiration, and I've been watching a lot of those kind of videos recently as well for inspiration. Yes. Yes. Tea. Must drink all the tea. Okay, let's do some fabric. I think I might stand up for this, you know.
We're bringing out the big guns.
Maybe. We'll see. Yeah. Just because these bags are so high and I'm kind of sitting next to them and they're nose level. So, right, okay. There's lots of offcuts from recent makes in here. And I think if you guys don't know, these are bags from Joann's that this is exactly the sort of thing. You guys send me the most beautiful presents from Joann's. And this one, I think this one was from Rachel, from Claire from Stitched Up when she... Claire from Beautiful Things HQ. Oh my goodness, I'm determined to say Rachel from Stitched Up. It wasn't from Rachel. Sorry, Rachel. Yeah, and she bought it back from when she went to America for me because she saw it and it had leaves on it and she went, oh, that's very Shan. So I put in here all of like the smaller cuts of fabric, especially after I've made something. So I recently just made a Butterick 6554 out of this, and there's enough left for me to make some kind of top. This is all I've got left of my two-toned 7537, but I do want to redo the sleeves. So I am going to keep this out because whilst this kind of fits in with the theme of the autumn winter plans, but not quite. But yeah, so there's quite a lot on top here of things that you guys will have seen recently, and I need to try and lay them out a little bit more sensibly because at the moment they're kind of folded not so sensibly. So let's try and be a bit more sensible about the, because they need to kind of be this bag shaped. So where do we get to? Caroline says Nikki of Stitch Sisters has just done a room tour of her new sewing room. Yeah, I saw that. It looks really cool, doesn't it? Alex says my sewing room is now done. It's the exact as it was. I was having flooring instead of carpet. So I hate changes. 2 days after the new floors were in, I got a huge rug to replace. Like, Alex, you're hilarious. Ever so often says, what's everyone sewing today? I'm making hidden tab curtains for my daughter's new flat in London. Ooh, very nice of you. Sal says, I have Asperger's autism, so change literally freaks me out. Yeah, I've heard that before. But that, I mean, yeah, I'm not, I like having things where they should be, and I have a feeling that a lot of the stuff that I'm going to put into the new place is going to be pretty much a replica of what we've got here, but I am looking forward to redecorating. Christine says, lol, Alex, you are too funny. By the way, you are getting me addicted to my cover stitch. Rachel Lynn's here. Good morning, all. Good morning, Rachel Lynn. Sewing Jenny says, just watched Rachel's latest fabric haul, and she mentioned in the Hangout has had to be postponed again. The retreat. So sorry for you all, but stay safe. Yes. The retreat has been cancelled, and next year now. Next May and April, which is sad, but the safest and most sensible option. Right, so fabrics. So far, not come across anything that is going to work. Oh, here we go. This is one that should work for my autumn winter plans. There's that one, which is a viscose, some feathers. I think I have 1.5 meters of it. And I got it from Material Girl Laura. She doesn't have any more of it. I'm sorry. This one I was going to make my Now and Then Evelyn blouse out of, but I've decided I'm not going to because I think I want to make a skirt out of it. I had 3 meters. This one is also from Material Girl Laura, and I have decided that I'm going to do the Gertie 6380, the top of it, and then put a hot pink skirt and V-shaped bodice on waistband on it. I think that's going to look really good because I've only got 1 meter of that, and I think that's going to be a good use of that meter. So, okay. Yeah, this white viscose is going to be good, as is this black one. The teal is not going to work for the autumn-winter plans. And neither is this really pretty rayon that I got from Sew Over It, and I've made an Eve dress out of it. And I've got this hot pink linen rayon blend, I think it is, from Suki. And I've only got 1 meter of it, or just over 1 meter of it. So that's not going to work for the coming plans, though. A little bit of Cobra Corsage. This one, this rust colour, will work for the coming plans, so that can come out. Got some of this chiffon in here. That's not going to work. Leftovers from my fabric for an Eve dress from Rachel. That's not going to work. Now this one I've got. This one might work. I'm going to put that to the side because green is part of the plans, and there's got a little bit of more black rayon there, which will. So I'm going to put that with the other black rayon. Okay. This one's not going to work, but there should be enough for some kind of colour blocked top. Oh look, the other colourway of the stuff that I'm wearing now. Will this work? Will that work?
Peachy grey one.
No, it's the green.
I think that's autumnal.
Well, no, I've got a very specific colour palette already.
Oh, right, okay.
I think this might actually work with it though, so I'm going to put that in that pile. I'm not sure if that. Possibly, I'll put that in that pile as well. And then the bottom of this is some fabric that's definitely not going to work. No. Right, so I can put all these back in here. This may actually be a way quicker process than I thought it was going to be, and I might have to work out something else to do with you guys for the rest of the day. Where did I get to with the chat? Clara is here. Greetings from California. Good morning, Clara. Alex says to Sal, I get it, and you'd be happy with me. I even put my shopping in the same way into the bag. And Alex says to Christine, it is a very good addiction. Michelle says hello to Alex. Hope everything is well. Alison says, sadly, Material Girl Laura has decided to pack up her fabric business. Oh, that's sad. I hadn't seen that notification. That's sad. She had some beautiful things. Nimue is here. Hi, everyone. Popping in for a bit until friends come over to help me hang new shelves. Last bit to finish the resorting of my sewing space. That's really exciting, though, Nimue. Michelle says, so do you want me to send your package now or wait till you have moved? Actually, Michelle, if you could send it now, that would be amazing. Sal says to Alex, I do the same, like things in the right pockets, like wallet and phone. If I put them in the wrong pocket, I think I've lost it and go crazy. Ever so often says, I think Material Girl Laura has now closed her shop to be able to spend more time with her family. Yeah, I hadn't seen that. That's really sad. Hang on, I'm just going to. Okay. Natalie says, would you sell your remnants like on Depop or other selling apps? Probably not, because all of these I plan on making into other things. I have gone through my fabric stash and I have got a few bits and pieces that I am going to put up on the trading group, the Kiddish Behaviour trading group, but probably not these ones, which is why I've kept them, because I really like them, and we'll be making more things with them. Alex says to Sal, I'm ADHD, far more hyper than attention bit, so I can't explain why I have to do things the way I do. As you probably understand, people often think it's just being fussy. Alex says to Michelle, I'm okay, my lovely, hope you are well. Kim says, hello from Dover, watching while sewing a tote bag. Ooh, very nice, Kim, welcome. Alison says, Nia, how are the sewing of the Carolyn PJs going? I'm currently making a pair, although mine are in flannelette for winter.
Mine are all finished. They're for my daughter, though. They're not for me. For Rhiannon.
We'll have to see if you can go grab them to show.
Oh.
Show and tell. Yeah. Nia has to do a particular manoeuvre to get in and out.
A special little swivel.
Yes.
Keeping my hips supple.
Yes, she has finished them, and they look lovely. And it's prompting me to want to make some of my own, because I've made one set for myself and I need to adjust the pattern a little bit. The set that I've made, my best friend has. She actually wears the shirt as a going out to be seen in public shirt. So yes, look.
Yes, there we go.
Are they not beautiful?
Got little fishes on them. That's the John Loudon fabric that Pound Fabrics were selling. We bought it in
fishes.
grey and in the ivory one.
It's got nice olive green piping as well, which really, really pretty.
Yeah, chosen by Rhiannon. She did really well there. I was going to use dark grey, but
that looks good, doesn't it?
She suggested the green, and she was very right.
She
I hate
was.
it when they do that.
Most irritating. Right. Actually, that one's cotton, and no, you know what? There is cotton in here as well. Everyone's saying very pretty, beautiful, they're adorable.
My fourth pair.
Okay, got a few people kind of. Yeah, right. So, Alison said would love to see them. We have shown them, and Christine says very nice, Nia. Gin and Pin says ever so often. I hope to at least start the McCall's 7542. I cut it out weeks ago, view C, with the pleated sleeves. It will be my last summer make before starting on my winter plans. I've not sewn for weeks. And then Rachel says those are adorable. Nimoy says very pretty. Alex says beautiful. Clara says love the koi. Alison says I love them. The piping is gorgeous. When I make something, when I make myself some summer ones, I will add piping to the short pockets. Thank you for the great idea. Yeah, I was kind of surprised that they didn't just tell you to put the piping on the short pocket, on the pockets.
Yeah.
They do it in a slightly different way, and it looks much better with the piping, I think.
Tip from the Fabric Washing Fairy. No, the Quilting Queen. Number 5, stitching the ditch foot.
The
awesome.
blind hem foot. Yeah, blind hem foot.
I used this one
for stitching on piping. You can get closer.
Very
you
good.
You can get closer with that than you can with the piping. The zipper foot.
I tried it with the zipper foot, and I couldn't get anywhere near it. It was really visible. It's horrible. My mother is a genius.
She is. That's why we keep her around. Okay, so none of these are the right colorways for what I want to do. But actually, they will fit into, now that I've got some ready some stuff from this one, they will fit in here. I'm going to have to ask Nia very nicely if she wouldn't mind, once I finish this lot, if she'll swap over the bags for me from the ones that are underneath there at the moment.
Underneath there.
And but not yet.
Oh, here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not yet.
I haven't spotted those.
Well, those 4 bags are my shorter length 4 tops.
Oh,
so okay. So I've got the rest of my leftover parrots, although I do now have 3 more panels of parrots, which I am excited about. Now this is technically Christmas fabric. It's little holly leaves, and it actually will fit in with the colour scheme. So I think I am going to put that in my to be made up pile. I love this. This was a present from Vivian. We've got some, oh yeah, dragons. That'll kind of work. It's got a bit of purple in there, but I think I can get away with it. Then we've got, that one won't work. This one won't work. This one is a double gauze, and it is a blush background. It's not the right colours. It's not the right colours. I want to make it the right colours, but it's not. Will this one work? No. This one, possibly. And we've got some of my lemons. Lots of lemons. Many, many lemons. But nope. And these ones as well. Not the right colorways. Then I love this fabric. I really need to make it into the Melilo. These zebras, blood pretty zebras, but no, not the right colors. BB8's not the right colors either. No other shells. I might actually these aren't the right colors, but they are plain chambres, and I might put them in because they would be good for muslins, wearable muslins. And this shirting I've had for so long as well. It's not the right colorway for the things that I'm doing, but it would be, I really want to get that made up soon. Nope. And nope, none of those. Right, so let's put all this back. And then I'm going to need to ask Nia to swap these over for me. And one of the bags down there, the handles are broken.
Okay. Slide them out, and then I can put one of those away.
Yeah. So they get slid in.
I reckon you're folding full.
Can't take her anywhere, Peeps. Can't take her anywhere.
Anywhere.
Thanks very much. So it's that one that the handle's broken on. Yes.
Do you think maybe if your handle's breaking, you have too much fabric? Sacrilegious.
No, nobody needs that kind of negativity in their life. Don't make me cut you out of my life. Not with my fabric shears, though.
No.
Let's see. Laurie says, I bought some blue and white striped fabric with embroidered roses on for a set of Carolyn's. Thanks, Nia. Ooh, pretty. They're going to be very pretty. Michelle says they're beautiful. Johnny says, hi, I finally have a new glass Lego display cabinet, all lit up and looks pretty, yay. But I can't see more of your room and still none, and still none, not even a minifig. What? But I can see more of your room and still no Lego, not even a yeah, no, sorry, Johnny, there is no Lego in here. I did say to your wife earlier that there was no Lego. I'm going to have to buy just a little Lego something for the new sewing room.
I can't believe there's not a Lego sewist. I can't believe there isn't a Lego sewist.
Yeah, there must be.
There must be one
Must
somewhere.
be. But anyway, hi Johnny, how are you? Ever so often says, gin and pins, sounds lovely. I've moved on to autumn makes already. Yes, this was my last summer make, this one that I'm wearing here. And I'm glad that I made them because I was worried it wasn't going to be warm enough, and now it is.
Having a good heat wave.
Yes. Yes. Sal says, I've decided to finish my Dracula cosplay that I started last year. That depression stopped the urge to complete. Did you join the So Manly group as well, Sal? Hopefully there was some inspiration in there for you. But awesome for finishing the costume. Caroline says, I cut out an Adrian after seeing JoJo's, but didn't have the right colour thread. Finally got that yesterday. It's orange floral, similar to the one Rachel got from Colville. Ooh, pretty. Pretty. Nia's just got the Adrian pattern.
That's being given away free with the pattern pages if you subscribe.
There you go.
To a magazine at the minute.
Good knowledge. Julie says, hiya. Had to go do grown-up stuff. Welcome back, Julie. Alison says, Nia, I have the Virtuosa Bonino, which is very similar to yours, so thank you for the tip. I bought a generic piping foot for my machine, but do you think that I can find it? You'll find it when you finish the project and no longer need it. Michelle says, I have not been in the sewing room for about a month now. Hopefully we'll get that changed today. Oh, I hope so, Michelle. Anna says, just got lunch, Marmite on toast. Anna, I was just thinking I'm hungry and wondering if anyone would make me Marmite on toast if I ask nicely.
I'm sure we can.
I'm sure Dad will if I look longingly at him. Caroline says, there is a Playmobil sewist with a mannequin. Oh.
That's what you need.
I just want a little mini Lego. I actually want this Millennium Falcon.
Yeah.
I don't know if Mum would let me put it in the sewing room, though.
I'm an interventional radiographer, and we actually have an interventional radiology Lego machine.
Awesome.
At work.
Johnny will be happy with that.
Yeah.
Carol says, saw a Lego featherweight on Interworks on the interwebs recently. That's cool. So Lily Bells is here. My friend makes Lego sewing machines and frames them. Awesome. Does your friend sell them for people to purchase? If so, can you put the link in the Peeps group, please? I know you can't put links in the chat here. Alex says, Lego blocks are great as hem guide in cover stitching. That's awesome. Sal says, Sean, I'll send you the official Doctor Who Lego set. I'm going to end up with so much Lego. Ever so often says, I have a Lego sewing machine and a Playmobil sewist. Awesome. Alison says to Alex, you can buy a magnetic scene guide that is the shape of a Lego block. And Julie says to Johnny, was it you that tried to befriend me on Facebook? Noelia says, one of my sons and daughter got the Millennium Falcon a few Christmases ago. She chose that over Lego Friends. I think it was a advent calendar. I just didn't know what I'd do with the finished thing. This is some fabric that Nia and James bought me for my birthday many years ago from Truro Fabrics that I've made an Anna dress out of. And I have a tiny little bit left to try and make a top out of.
That's quite similar to one of my swimsuit fabrics I've got. Turquoise and hibiscusy kind of thing.
Yes. So this one is the remnants of Mum's dress, and it won't work, but this is the remnants of my 8577, and I think it will work, and I'm planning on using the 8577 I've made out of this as part of the lookbooks when I try and create the lookbooks for the autumn winter collection. This is not going to work. This is not going to work. This is not going to work. I think this might. It's the right background colours. It's a bit brighter red, but I'm going to put that in the pile because it might work.
Light red's good for Christmassy autumn.
Yeah.
Winter more than autumn.
Okay, that's not going to work. That's not going to work. That's... is that going to work? It might. I'm going to put that in there as well. This won't work. This won't work. This, however, will. This won't. I'm not sure. I don't think my puffins are going to work. I really need to make my puffins up, though. I love my puffins. Oh, no, they're not puffins. They're dodos. They're dodos, right?
Yes, they're dodos.
Dodos. That was from Pound Fabrics while it was still Adam Ross. Put some more black rayon. That will work. I've got lots and lots of Savannah. I've got Savannah Lawn under there as well, but then lots of this is the crepe. That's not going to be the right colours, though. That's not the right colours. That's not the right colours. And that's not the right colours. So all of these can now go back into this bag. The idea was that I was supposed to empty one bag out to then put all the new fabrics in. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work. Although I am somehow getting full bags worth out. So
if you emptied a bag, then the fabric could be offended and think that you didn't want it anymore.
possibly, yeah. Don't want to do that. Don't defend the fabric. That's what I've got left of my 5 meters of this that I bought for me. And Mum and Nia have both made dresses out of it.
And I've got dresses.
I've got 1.75 meters left of it because Mum kept having to borrow bits of mine. Right. Okay. Well, let's see if I can transfer some of this over into here. Ooh. Okay. So that's the amaryllis, which was from my birthday present from Alex and Hedge Hubby, and I have made it into an 8577, but there is enough left to make a top with it as well. And then we've got my Liberty Carline lawn. There's enough there to make a small top. This is a meter of Australian fabric, and I kind of no, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. I kind of think it was hoping it was going to work, but I don't think it will. Then we've got some silk, which is definitely going to work, so that's going to go into that pile. Oh, I love this silk so much. It's so beautiful. It's not really the right colours though, so no. No. How am I doing this? How am I taking fabric out? Look at the pile that...
It's not compressed.
But how have I taken that much fabric out of these bags and now and they're still full? How have I done that? How?
It's a gift. It's a special gift.
Okay, we're getting lots of weird random people joining today. We'll get rid of those. Anyway, where did we get to with the chat? Iris says, my son put Lego in my sewing machine a lot of years ago. Oh dear, that's not good. Julie says, my son got loads of Lego Classic for his birthday in mid-July. Nice. Carolyn says, I don't have any IKEA experience as there is not one near me, but I understand the concept and see why it's so popular. I wonder, does it come apart and go back together well? I've moved my Pax wardrobe system 3 times, and whilst it doesn't enjoy it, it does go back together. It copes, yeah. But the current IKEA system that I have, I'm not moving because it's now been built in, and the back, my roof is slightly curved, so they've been built in perfectly to fit into that. So they are staying in place. So that's not going to move with us. But yeah, I've moved quite a lot of furniture a couple of times and had to dismantle and rebuild some of it, which worked perfectly well. So it's doable, definitely doable. And my mum and dad's upstairs bedroom, which I will show you guys, is completely IKEA furniture, and we then hired a carpenter to make it look built in, and the carpenter himself said that it's better to have the IKEA furniture and have it made look built in because he couldn't get the wood or the raw materials to make the carcasses cheaper than you can buy them from IKEA. So yeah. How am I doing this? How am I doing this? Why is this not going to fit back in? Nope. Nope. Oh, yes, that's going to work. Nope. Okay, right. How have I done this? How have I taken things out of 4 bags and made another bag's worth? I don't comprehend.
Sit on it.
It's not good. Right, well, okay. So that's, I mean, I kind of think that's an impressive feat. I've got an entire second or fifth bag out of 4 bags that it all fit into before. Okay.
Reproducing on your desk.
Clearly. Don't think I thought this all the way through. I mean, I do have room for this up in my sewing cupboard, so I can take this up and have a look through and make sure that I have got the right colours out to add to the collection. But yeah, I think that's fairly impressive and not really what I had intended. I was expecting to have one of these bags empty that I could then put all this into, but I have not ended up with that.
Did you this?
No, never mind. It'll be fine. So let's angle you back down, sit back down, catch up with the chat, and then try and work out what to do next, because that took me half an hour. I mean, I've already gone through all of this stuff with you before, so I mean, that's not really surprising, is it? But maybe I ought to whittle this down. Oh, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Let's see. Where did I get to with the chat? Alex says to Alison, I have 3 proper guides and I don't need them. I like my toys. So Lily Bell says, I will check if he is online selling. His wife runs sewing classes, so he sold them via the classes. Oh, cool. Thank you, So Lily Bells. Sal says, Lego is a part of my Dracula cosplay. I created the hero weapon out of Lego and a plastic chain. It's a morning star and a 1-to-1 scale, like in the show. Oh, very cool. Ruth Ann is here. Good morning, Ruth Ann. Rachel says, you are just awesome like that. Anna says, what's Nia sewing? She is sewing cargo shorts. Gin and Pin says, I've been shopping my stash for winter plans, but unfortunately I may have to buy some fabric, which I'm very happy about. Need denim and some wool suiting and some thickish jersey. Yeah, my order from Sherwood's was quite a lot of other solids. I've bought some black wool suiting. I found some green, sheened fabric for the what was it? I can't remember. Simone Rocha, the Simone Rocha trend patterns jacket that I want to make. I found the right fabric for it, so I've got some of that coming. They've done Jungle Canopy on the Loretta lawn. So I've bought some of that because I want to make an Eve dress out of it. If I can fit it with long sleeves, I'm hoping I can get long sleeves out of that one. And then I've bought some kind of rusty red for a skirt. I've bought some white peak for a skirt. And I've got quite a lot of fabric coming. I'll do a video when it arrives. I think that's just easier. Where did we get to? But yay for some new fabric, Gin and Pins. Julie says, I know I probably missed it and that you talked about it earlier, but how's the house hunting going? We have sold and we hopefully have bought, Julie. So Louise says, just been catching up with the beginning of the live stream and was eager to find out if you found a house. Yes. Nimue says, give gravity a bit more time to squish the fabric down again. Yeah. Alison says, have you seen the latest new pattern from Itch to Stitch patterns, the atrium dress? I think you will like it, Sian, even though it's made from a knitted fabric, so a bit different from your usual fabric. I haven't seen it actually. I do like Itch to Stitch patterns, so yeah, I need to have a look at that. There's a slip dress that you guys recommended last week as well that I've seen everywhere and I need to get myself a copy of. Learning Stitcher says, I bought some worsted wool for my autumn winter plans, but I am still clueless as to how to prepare it, no matter how much I research. Never used wool before. What are you making with it? If you're making a coat, and it's going to be a dry clean only coat, you can ask your dry cleaners if they will dry clean the fabric for you ahead of time. The usual rule of thumb is you want to do to it, before you make it up, you want to do to it whatever you're going to, or however you're going to treat the garment when it's a garment, you know, so however you're going to wash it and care for it, you need to do that to it before it becomes the garment so that it gets shrunk to that size. Lots of people have lots of different methods for pre-shrinking wool at home. So that might be an option to have a look at. Yeah, let us know how you get on. Julie says, oh wow, congrats. Thank you, Julie. Ruth Ann says, congratulations on the new home. Thank you, Ruth Ann, sorry. Nimue says, yeah, that's great news about the house. Thank you, Nimue. Anna says, is Nia's top a ready to wear or a me made? It's very pretty, especially the back detail. I shall ask her when we come back in, because I thought that too. And Julie says the ruby slip. Thank you. Oh, and then Gemma says the Cecily slip dress. Oh, are there going to be two that I need? Hello, Gemma. Oh, sorry. Gemma Snappy. Am I saying Gemma right? I think I am. Gin and Pin says, don't pre-wash the wool. I'm going to either bind the seams or fell stitch them. Very nice. Debbie says, I'm on a fabric ban due to getting a car. However, there was no mention of patterns or notions. I like how you think, Debbie. Anna says, speaking of dresses, have you seen Rachel Maxey's spooky dress on her recent video? So pretty, very much so. I've been thinking about recreating that dress. I think I talked to you guys about this last time we hung out. Julie says the ruby is a free pattern. It's definitely the paid for one, but I'll have a look at the ruby slip dress as well, Julie. Thank you. Yeah, the Lyrica Matoshi, I liked her interpretation of that very much. Very, very much. It does look very pretty. I am so tempted to make that, but with black fabric with the red strawberries on it. I think that would be more me than the pink. I think it would suit my colouring better. I think the pink would just be my skin tone and it might look a bit washed out on me, but it is a beautiful dress. Very tempted. Very, very tempted. Although I've got, I mean, when would I wear it? I have no events to go to, but I am very tempted. Very tempted. But yes, I did see Rachel Maxey's spooky dress, and I love watching her videos. So yes, I did see that. Right. Okay. Big Bird's gone away, so I'm going to try and let's go through this now and whittle this down, because I think I've got some stuff in here that's not going to work. So the first one I've got here is some sandwash silk from the Gold Hawk Road in this beautiful color. And yes, I want to try and make a shirt and a camisole out of that. I've then got my silk from Rosenberg, which I'm going to make the Evelyn out of. So I've kept that. Got some black rayon, definitely going to work. I have got some crinkled rayon that I want to make a shirt out of. This one is the wrong green, I think. So that one's going to go back in the bag. Now, this one I only have a meter. Well, I have just over a meter of it. I don't know that this is going to work. And also this is polyester. But what I could do, because I'm planning on making a couple of little jackets, and I could use this as lining for one of those jackets. And it is the right kind of greens. It's more the kind of olivey, warmer greens. So I think that will work. As I say, I am going to include this dress in the lookbooks, you know, because the whole premise of my autumn winter sewing plans is to make a capsule collection, but I also want to tie in a few things that I've already made and cardigans that Mum's already knit from my current wardrobe. And I'll obviously highlight the fact that this was pre-made, but does fit in with it, and that's kind of what I want to do going forward. So yeah, I'm going to keep that out. I've got these are the wrong colours, but they are going to be great for mock-ups for shirts. I bought this with Erica when she was here for the May retreat in 2019. Oh, I haven't seen Erica since then. And it's not right. It's not right. It needs to it's more of a string. I want to make a short sleeve shirt out of that. Now these dragons, then they're not quite right colour either, so that can go back in the stash. I do want to keep the Christmas out because I would like to make a shirt out of that. So that can go. That's just the wrong colours. That is the wrong colours. Both of these are the wrong colours as well, so they can go back in. Glad that I pulled them out though, because it, you know, looking at it all together, this is kind of highlighting what is and isn't going to work. Got some rayon that's perfect. Got more black rayon here, which is also perfect, because I do want to try and make some solid coloured tops and bottoms, definitely. White rayon, again, white rayon shirt. Then we've got this, which, yeah, it is going to work because there's some sort of like the gold mustardy colours in here. This is going to look great as a top to go with those things. And then these I'm going to keep out because I do need to change the sleeves out on that dress to make that dress something that I want to wear. So that's slightly better. It's a slightly smaller pile. And other than the blue chambray, it's actually a pretty good representation of the colours that I'm going to be working with. So I'm gonna, Nia's, as I say, has left the room, so I'm gonna put these back myself. I'll have to do the little swivel and move, swish maneuver to get these in. So just turn you around. Hello. So yeah, kind of to swivel yourself in. And I'm gonna squeeze out. There we go. Right, so whoopsie. Right, okay. So let's put bags back under. As you guys say, it's all gonna compress back down. So, there we go. Right, okay. So I've got to squeeze back in here to swivel around to get the chair out of the way so that I can get back in here. Right, okay. I'm just going to go and see if somebody's going to make me some toast. I will be back in a second. Don't steal any fabric or move the mannequin. I know what you like. Big Bird is making me toast. She loves me. Yay. Right, okay. So what should we do now? What should we do now? I don't know. I have no idea. That didn't take as long as I thought it was going to. I mean, I should eat lunch in a minute. I don't know what to do now. What would you guys like to do? What would you like to see? Oh, I know what I'm going to do. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to get my trim boxes down and I'm going to go through my trim boxes because I don't think they're messy, but I think they're always pretty to have a look through. Thank you.
Sneak it in under the camera.
And yeah, I think that's a very sensible thing. She's made me toast. Toast. Let's see. Where did I get to? So Rachel then says, what are your colours for fall? So I have the military green, rust, navy and black with different prints, and there's also some kind of mustardy gold in there as well. The navy and the blacks might sound a bit weird, but I have enough of prints of both of them that whilst they technically don't work together, they work really well with all the other colour combinations. So I'm going to be doing the video for the haul very soon to show you guys. I'm just going to put that over the side. So yeah, I'm going to film that either Monday or Tuesday to go up next weekend. I'm going to be doing my August lookbook and my autumn and winter sewing plans. And it's not going to just be, I've already got 35 fabrics in that pile upstairs. So it's going to be my sewing for the foreseeable future. And I think I'm going to try and split it up into colorways. So I'm going to sew all the military green and green patterned things in 1 month. and then do the navy month, and then do the black month and the rust month kind of thing. So it's good 4 months of sewing that I've got ahead of me. And I wanted to do it as a collection to show you the overall thing, because I thought that would be interesting to see how I kind of put it together. And then rather than do a monthly, this is what I'm going to make video, I will do monthly catch-ups. So yeah, that's the plan anyway. And then at the end, I'm hopefully going to have a whole bunch of garments that will interchange and work really well with each other. Just in time for spring, but a lot of them are going to be rayons, and if you layer them up in the winter, they'll be wearable, and then they'll obviously be wearable in the spring months as well. So I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be good. Oh, so good. All right. Nimue says, my trip to the craft show has been cancelled, not enough bookings, but the fabric market is coming to town next Sunday. Not that I didn't order myself a new iPhone last night. I'm so sorry about the booking, Nimue, but yay for fabric market. Lynn says, this is so annoying, this on YouTube today. It keeps buffering for some reason. Oh, I'm so sorry. Today, for me, it's kind of being well behaved. Alison says, the Gilbert top from Helen's Closet will tie front is gorgeous and very popular in the sewing community at the moment. I really like it. I really like it. I do, however, have quite a few tie fronted tops that I'm thinking I don't need that one, but I do really, really like it. And I very much enjoyed seeing the peeps put them up in the group. So yes. Sal says, that move was done with Sean's stunt double. Julie says, jump on the trampolines. Rachel Lynn says, darn, we didn't have time to move the mannequin. Yeah, sorry about that. Sal says, I'm going to fly from Australia, move the mannequin and fly straight back. You'll be here in time for next week. Cecilia says, hubby just made me a delightful breakfast while I'm getting ready for church. But no toast, sadly. But that was very nice of him. Nancy says that her internet's working okay today, which is good. I'm sorry you're having problems, Lynn. Fingers crossed it sorts itself out. Our internet has been a lot better since the engineers have been. Probably it'll be perfect by the time we leave. I really hope it's good in the new place that we go to. Oh, look what Nia's got. I want to steal them. Taller pink shears. Aren't they beautiful? Really beautiful. Surprised she let me touch them. She's surprised she's got them back, to be fair.
Mine. I'm going to take this out of the room while I eat my toast because an alarm's going to go for my eye drops in a minute.
Okay. So good. So, yeah. I think I'm going to go through my trim box with you guys next. I haven't done that for a while. And I've put some new things in there, so it would be good to refresh myself on that. And I've got some shiny, sparkly things in this cupboard to look through as well. I think that's a good plan. What do you guys think? Are you interested? Shiny, sparkly goodness? I've just had a thought. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Dad, you know I love I'm back. Yeah, Mum and James are walking from the new house to one of our favourite pubs to see how long it takes, and they're going to ring Dad to let him know when to come and collect them. And it suddenly occurred to me that I've turned the landline off, because whenever the landline rings, the internet, it used to just throw us off the live streams. Do you guys remember? It just suddenly occurred to me that the house phone's off. We've all got our mobiles and they all work here, so they can get hold of us. But I suddenly thought I better give Dad his mobile because he doesn't tend to keep it with him or pick it up. Mum and James are ringing like, someone come and fetch us. We don't want to walk home from here. Whoopsie. Mm-hmm. Mm. Right. So, Victoria says, sure, bring on the trims. Awesome. Rachel Lynn says, let's do it. Nimue says, my ancient MacBook always struggles to keep up with the chat, so I have no idea what anybody is saying until Sian is reading the comments out loud. Iris says, just finished my homemade sourdough toast. It crunched too, but I am not sure I looked as good eating it as you do, Sian. Thank you, Iris. I'm always a bit worried that because I can't bite in the way things I used to, I look a bit silly eating things, but yes. Louise says, love to see trims. Anna says, has Nia seen your Tula Pink scissors I got you? Have you used them? I have shown her them. I did show them to her, and I have used them. I do use them. I very much enjoy my Tula Pink duck-bill scissors. So, yeah. Steffi So says, good morning, everyone. Did you guys settle on a new house? Yay, we did. Exciting. Anna says, walking from house to pub. That's so funny. Priorities, lol. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's one of the things about the new house is that it's not quite so much in the middle of nowhere, which is going to be nice. Sourdough toast is amazing. It's so yummy. Happy food dance. I'm definitely going to need to wash my fingers before I go and get the trims out there. It's going to be interesting moving all the stuff in here, actually. Wonder if they're going to be able to keep Mum's fabric separate from my fabric. Gin and Pin says, I'm going down the blue-purple route this winter, but I've a green and brown tweed I'm going to make into a skirt, which I've got nothing to wear with. I'm using it as a practice before cutting into some expensive tartan. Ooh, I like that. Yeah, I've got... I was very tempted by a slightly different colorway for autumn winter, but there's some fabric that I've had in my stash for so long that I really wanted to get made up. So I thought, and then when I started pulling all these different fabrics out and realizing how many I had in this collection, it was like, ah, this is going to look really cool. Which makes me so happy. Julie says she can't concentrate at the moment, so she's off. See you soon, Julie. Thank you for hanging out with us. Sal says, us in Australia just ended winter, which I'm glad because I hate the cold. And Gin and Pin says bye to Julie. Yeah. You guys are just heading into your spring summer, aren't you? kind of looking forward to making some winter type clothing. And I'm hoping that I've got quite a nice balance of solids as well as prints, and to make some trousers and jackets and coats. I hope it's gonna work out. Iris says tartans are very big this year. Wow, I've seen a lot, not just black and red or black block plaid, but tartans. I've only got some red tartan in my stash actually. I wonder if I should make a skirt out of that, because I do like tartan skirts. It's not quite the right colours, but maybe I should. Victoria says, how is Wilson? Are you able to see him? Wilson is good. I don't know when I'm going to get to see him next. We're trying to work out a way of him coming down here, but he is back at work full time now. Well, 4.5 days a week. And this week he has, for the first time, been back to the office for 2 days, which I believe was successful. So it probably is going to be the same going forward now. So it is becoming a little bit more difficult for him to come here to work, especially if he has to go into the office. And because of the way that the levels of cases are going up in the UK, I'm unwilling to get on public transport because I do not want to give it to mum and dad. And I know everyone's taking as many precautions as possible, but I would never forgive myself if I brought it back and gave it to mum and dad. And if I do go up to the mainland, I would have to isolate for 2 weeks up at mine, which would mean that I can't work. And mum and dad are being very, very kind and understanding and trying to work out ways that we could get around that. And it's just not worth it at the moment. So I don't know when I'm going to get to see Wilson next. But we FaceTime and we chat every day. So, you know, we didn't see each other for 3 months at the beginning of the year when lockdown was at its strictest. So we'll see. But no, I haven't seen him for a while, and well, I haven't seen him since August, the beginning of August, and I don't know when I'm going to see him next, which is sad. Sal says, yeah, and in 3 months I turn 38, getting old. Sal, shut up, I'm much older than you. You're as young as you feel. Noelia says, how cold does it get where you live, Sal? Victoria says, that totally makes sense. Yeah. Noelia says, I recently watched a video by Australian YouTuber who designs patterns, Rosary Apparel, in which she had to specify that she was making winter clothes because in Australia it was winter. Yeah. She put up a fabric haul today. It was Come Fabric Shopping with me, actually. And she also had to specify that she wasn't wearing a mask because she lives in Tasmania and they've had no new cases for a very long time and their borders are locked down. So, you know, it's not necessary for her to wear a mask going out. But she did specify that was why, because of her location. So, yeah. Noelia says some of her viewers didn't know. She has a very obvious Australian accent, if you ask me. But yeah, I mean, I suppose that you know, if you're unaware of where somebody is based, if they haven't told you, then you may have an Australian accent if you're living somewhere where it is. But yes, I did see that she had to specify that she lived in the southern hemisphere. Iris says, have to pop out now. It was fun. Thank you. Thank you, Iris, for joining us. It was lovely to see you. Gin and Pin says, it's purple, lilac and black hand woven, £32 a metre and only 30 inches wide. So I only bought a metre, which will not be a long skirt. Wow, but it's going to be beautiful. Sal says to Noelia, I live near one of the only places it snows in Australia, which gets -degrees. And when we get the cold, and we get the cold winds from there. Oh, wow. That was yummy. As Steffi says, so I just learned Australia has actual winter. I believe it gets cold in Tasmania as well. Okay, I'm going to go and put my plates away so that I don't get them on stuff, and I'll get the trim boxes down and we can have a look through those. I'm back. Start behaving again. So Dad's got Doctor Who on in the front room and I'm behind, so I haven't seen these ones, so I've shut the door so I can't hear anything. Right, trim boxes. There's lots of stuff on top of my trim boxes. I'll get the whole lot down. And then move the stuff. That makes sense, doesn't it? So these were actually from Celeb Boutique, and they were dresses, and this is how the dresses arrived, and it was a really nice experience buying dresses like that. What have I got up here? Fringe, ribbons and feathers. None of that really needs reorganizing though, so I'll leave those up there. It probably would be a good idea to kind of reorganize some of this as well, because this has kind of gotten a little bit out of hand. That's that. Okay. So, lots of shiny things. Lots of shiny things. Now that I've got it all out, I'm not quite sure what to do with it all. Let's see. Where did we get to? Ginny says, I live in Greece, so it's viscose all year long for me. Oh, whereabouts in Greece, if you don't mind me asking? You obviously don't have to answer. We've just talked about security on the internet and not letting people know exactly where you live. Eileen says, good morning from Chicago. Good morning, Eileen. Noelia says, I thought it meant her viewers didn't know in Australia they have opposite seasons to us. I did also think that. I'm kind of hoping that that wasn't the case. Yeah, I'm kind of hoping that wasn't the case, but you never know. Debbie says, I went on a workshop by Terry Fox that showed us how to make a Vivienne Westwood style skirts. They would look awesome in tartan. Ooh, yes. Anna says, I headed over to try and get myself some silk fabric that Rachel bought, and unfortunately it's sold out. Boo. Yeah, I've been eyeing that up as well, Anna. If it comes back in stock, I am snapping it up. If you look on their, well, when I look on their website from my phone, it says that there's 2 meters in stock, but I don't think there is. Noelia says, wow, Sal, I had no idea it could get that cold. Alison says, because Tasmania is so close to Antarctica, it has very cold winters. Sal says, I was born in summer in a place that gets over 40 degrees on most days during summer, so I hate the cold, definitely. Steffi says, I knew the seasons were opposite. Actually met a lot of Aussies in Hawaii when we went in January last year. Just thought it was like Texas, where we complain if we have to put a jacket on. Right, how should we do this? How should we do this? Okay. So I've got two of these little doodads, which have got, you can move the little bits around to make the spaces bigger and smaller. They're currently empty, and I'm not sure what to put in them. We shall see. So I've got a lot of these up in mine that I had used as like spice jars, but I think I'm going to transfer them over to the sewing room because I think they make more sense for beads and things like that. So yeah, I've got beads and jam jars, really pretty beads. I used these as the eyeballs for my owls on my owl jumper that Mum has knit for me. And then I've got some black flat beads. I only wanted one of these to repair a belt, but I could only buy them in big packets, so I have loads of them in there. I've got some pearls that came off a necklace that broke, and my friend actually has that at the moment, and I'm hoping to get the rest of the pearls back from her because I actually think this would look really cool sewn onto a jumper. And that was the reason that I also bought these beads. There's loads of different, so these two are, I've got lots of different shapes and sizes, and then got some iridescent ones in, and then this is just more of the iridescent ones. So I was thinking that again with these mixed in with the big pearls onto a jumper would look really, really cool. So, and then I've got some more small girl type creature made jewelry for Nia and James's wedding from this, and this is what's left. There is one pearl in there, and I don't know if I can be bothered to try and fish it out and put it into. I suppose I ought to, because that's the point of doing this, isn't it? That is the point of doing this. So let's rescue the pearl. So I think this was a spice jar. I've actually got one of those swivel spice racks, and I'm thinking I might, because it was one of those ones where you buy it and it comes with all the spices in it, and that was tight. I never really use them, and they've probably all lost their potency by now because they've been in the cupboard for that long. So I'm thinking I might empty those out and use the spice rack for beads and things like that, because I do have just packets of beads in here that I don't ever reach for because I can't see them. And I like the idea of that, so possibly. And then I've got this belt buckle, which is beautiful, and a Dritz belt buckle. And this is kind of like a closure for a cardigan. Where am I going to put those? Will they fit in? No, they won't fit in there. I wonder if they'll fit in a drawer in here. And then this one is this little drawer unit's from Muji. And I've kind of separated these things into, so do you see what I mean? I've got lots of strands of beads in here, which would make more sense in, oh, they're escaping. So yeah, they'd make more sense in one of these kind of like jam jars, wouldn't they? There's a hole in this little baggie, so I'm gonna put those in a new baggie. So yeah, I have all of these, and it's another Swarovski crystal that I got from Saudi Arabia. So these are all in sets to be sewn to a trench coat. And I was going to do it to my khaki green one, but I'm not going to use a lining that's going to work because this is kind of pinks. So I'm thinking I might get a sandstone color twill to make a trench coat out of to then sew this onto. I think that's what I'm going to do with these. But I think I'm going to put those tubes of beads in there because that makes sense.
Just a few.
Say again?
Just a few apples.
You've been picking the fruit.
I've been picking the fruit. Look at that.
The fruit are from our garden.
It's ridiculous.
Then I've got all my turquoisey coloured ones, and my other beads will fit in there. But I think I'm gonna repurpose my spice rack because otherwise it's just gonna go to waste. Because I never use any of that. Then there's some buttons in here. They need to go in my button box. But there's more crystals, tiny little, really tiny crystals in here, and so on. They're all my Aurora Borealis, the kind of like the AB one. And then that's more of like that kind of colour. And again, these are all from Saudi Arabia. There was a shop that was just like Aladdin's cave. And then this is the red ones. So that's... Where am I going to put my belt buckles? And these buttons are Swarovski buttons, Swarovski crystal buttons, and they need to go in my button box because otherwise I will never remember that these are in here and they'll never get used. Where am I going to put those belt buckles? I think I might put them... I have got a little box. I'll see if I can find a little box. Right. I mean, that didn't need a lot of organisation to do it, but it did mean I've got one of those rotating spice racks up at mine that's actually got spice in it, and I never use the spice in it. It's probably 10 years old now.
Oh yeah.
So I'm going to empty it all out and use it for
especially with your
storage.
Hello Fresh. If you need spice, they send you the spice.
Exactly.
Don't they? You don't need to
exactly
put it in.
And that will also be a really shiny, pretty thing to look at as well. So they
Nice
can all go
display
back
thing
in
on
there.
there.
They need to. They can go in there if that makes sense. And then buttons need to go in my button box, which is what my Christmas present from Mum came in. This is a skincare box. And I now use it as a button box because that seems... I can't get rid of boxes like this. I've got the second one of this up there, which is blue, and it's empty at the moment, but I can't get rid of it because it's a really nice box and it will be useful for something. But you like that with boxes.
Yes.
Glad it's not just me.
I used to do those glossy box. I kept all the boxes from those.
Glad it's not just me. Right, I think this would be, if I labelled it correctly, this would be good for hooks and eyes because you get hooks and eyes in different sizes. Hooks and eyes and snaps would be good in this. But I'm not going to do that now because it could get messy. Right. So, okay, so this one doesn't have that much stuff in it. I have got couple of scraps of, so this is faux fur from Rianne and Mum's coat that I made them, and then I've got faux fur scrap from these are all from the Menorah coat, and I'm really hoping that I can try and make like little pom-poms out of these for bag charms. So that's why I've kept those, because these were all from McCulloch and Wallace, so they were really expensive. And then I have many sets of these appliques, which you guys saw I put on my green coat earlier this year. And I'm actually thinking I have like a greeny gold shot silk Dupioni dress that I've made with a pattern that's quite short, and I have some of the fabric left over. And I'm thinking what I'm going to do is actually cut panels out to lengthen the skirt. I'm not sure if I've got enough fabric to do that, but I found a velvet that matches, and I want to then sew these around the bottom of the skirt and over the joint. And I have, I believe, 18 sets. I bought 21 sets and I think I've used 3. So I want to sew these around the join on the skirt and then bead them the way that I did with the coat, because I think that's going to look really beautiful. So, and because I just will not wear that. I mean, I can't fit into that dress as is at the moment because it's too small for me, because I made it for my previous measurements when I was a lot smaller. So I was thinking that I could lengthen the skirt that way, and then the join would be purposeful with the embroidery, those motifs on it. And I was thinking, again, I could put one up the side of, I'm thinking I can make it into a really stunning dress. And I think if I don't have enough of the silk to lengthen the skirt, like I say, I found the right color velvet, and then if I made a jacket out of the silk and the velvet combined again with some, it would be a really over the top evening dress that I wouldn't get to wear very often, but I really like the idea of it. So that's what I'm planning with those. And then this is my box o' goodies. So yeah, so you know my irregular choice boots, the rose garden boots. Look what I found.
Oh,
Look.
bag?
Yeah, it's I think a bag.
Yeah,
It's
bag,
it's exactly the same applique that went on the boots. So I mean, I think it may be slightly different, but it looks so similar.
Nobody's going to know unless they get really.
So I'm kind of thinking I'm going to make myself a matching bag for those boots, because I've worn those boots out once on a first date, really unsuccessful first date. But I've only worn those boots once, and it's because I don't really have. I like how they looked with jeans, but I just wasn't sure how else to wear them. And as you guys know, I've really gone off wearing skinny jeans, and it's more of a style thing than anything else. It's not because I don't like skinny jeans, it's because I don't feel confident in them, which is why I stopped wearing them. But yeah, I saw this on Etsy. She had a few, and I had to restrain myself and only buy the one. But
like you.
I know.
Negativity restrains.
So I thought I would make myself a handbag with this that would then match the boots. And I know matching your shoes and your handbag is not fashionable anymore, but I don't care. I like it. So I was thinking I might do that. And then I ordered some other trim from a company, which I'll show you in a second. And they sent me this as well. Now, it needs washing because it smells a bit, it doesn't smell bad, it just smells a bit weird.
It smells a bit like old lady.
It might smell a bit, yeah, because Nia's going to be like, old lady?
Yeah, a bit like old lady.
Bit like old lady. And that's, again, that's not meant offensively at all. You know what? Musty.
Mothballs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, it's a dress. And Anna was asking where your top came from.
It's next.
Next.
Before I started sewing, I've got about 4 of these because they're so comfortable.
She really liked the back.
They're really comfortable.
Yes, Anna, the dress is from Next.
And they're linen, so they're lovely and cool.
Where did I get to?
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. Where did I get to? Where did I get to? Alison says to Sal, maybe it's time to move to sunny Queensland. Cecilia says, I had to look up Vivienne Westwood. I love the artistic and unique aesthetic. Vivienne Westwood as well taught herself to sew by going to charity shops and deconstructing, completely cutting and unpicking apart garments to see how they went together and what went together, and then kind of started working out how she could make them look the way that she did. And yeah, I love her aesthetic. I think her stuff is gorgeous. There's a suit jacket that I love. Carrie wears it in Sex and the City. It's kind of got the square neckline, but it's off skew, so it's beautiful. Oh, there's a red squirrel outside, so cute. So yeah, Vivienne Westwood, I love her aesthetic. I have quite a lot of her dresses and her knitwear, her jackets, her skirts, and her dresses are pinned on my Pinterest boards. In the like someday I would like to make those. But yeah, that's how she learned to sew, which I thought was really interesting. Where did I get to? Mary says, good morning, lovely peeps. Good morning, Mary. How are you, my lovely? Sal says, by the way, I have a son that wears shorts during winter while I'm layered. Lol, he is the opposite of me like that. Nancy says 63 likes out of 115 peeps. Come on, lovely ones. Ah, thank you, Nancy. But yes, if you wouldn't mind liking the live stream, that would be great. Dee says, hi, everyone. Only just come in. Is there good house news? There is. Yes, we have found one. And we are nearly officially sold as well. So, yes. Anna says, make it a feature on the back of a top. And thank you, Nia and Sean, regarding the top dress. And Jinapin says, old lady smell brought to mind lavender and stale wee or lily of the valley. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking actually this might work kind of, I don't know. It's really pretty though. So I've kept it. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with it. But it was from when I bought these trims, which I was going to put on my green coat, but they are kind of, they didn't arrive in time and they are kind of the wrong green. But there's if you guys don't follow her, you will want to follow her after you've seen this. Becky Blossom, I think it is. Let me just see. Becky Blossom. And Becky is spelled Beccie, and it's Becky Blossom, all one word, on Instagram. How she only has 2,099 followers, I do not know. But she's got exactly these. And then she somehow found, I don't know if it's exactly the same one, but it's just the center of this trim. And she is making the Decades of Style coat. So let me show you out of the waffle knit. Let me show you what that looks like. I mean, isn't that stunning? And then she also has a close-up of what the beading looks like. She makes some beautiful clothing. Let me show you that. So it's exactly that leafy trim, and she's beaded on the stems and then little pink flowers. Isn't it stunning? So I immediately was trying to find myself some pink waffle knit, pink waffle wool, because it's beautiful. And that's what she's planning. Isn't that beautiful? Absolutely beautiful. And she has schnauzers, which are so cute. Look at them. Look at them. But Becky was the one that introduced me to Decades of Style. She did the cape, and she also showed how she did the full bust adjustment to make the cape fit her, because she is a very busty lady, as am I. She's got more boobies than I do, but yes. But she's recently been making these coats out of blankets, and then she's making her doggies like matching coats to go with it. It's just, let's see if I can. Look how beautiful that is. Isn't that stunning? And yeah, she's a beautiful lady who makes the most stunning things, and is very kind of she's a great advocate for mental health and things like that as well. But yes, it was Becky that introduced me to Decades of Style, and she makes beautiful clothing. So having seen that coat with the pink waffle wool, and I haven't shown Nia yet. Now Nia's back. She's finished looking at red squirrels.
Squirrel Nutkin came for a visit.
Look how beautiful.
Oh.
And it's these. And let me show you the close-up of the embroidery that she's done.
Oh, that's nice.
Isn't it pretty?
Yeah.
So I immediately started looking for the kind of same basket weave wool
Ah,
in pink, because I was like,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, but yes, I bought this for a coat project, and having seen that, it's just confirmed to me that I need to put these on a coat project. And I mean, having seen Becky's, yes, the pink one would be lovely. And thinking about it, I probably would wear a pink coat, even with the bright red hair. But I'm also thinking I like the green on green.
I was going to say you'd wear a dark green coat.
I like the green on green, and I think I obviously don't want to copy her completely, but I also think her idea of putting on seed beads as the stems on these is a really good idea. So yes, definitely going to get to that at some point. Gin and Pin says, oh no, I've read that one, haven't I? Anna says, the feature I meant for the flower trim, the peachy one you already showed. This one? Anna, that one? That one's going on a handbag, definitely, because it needs to match my shoes. Duvallay says, hello, I'm up from my nap and joining you all. Hello, Duvallay, how are you, my lovely? I was saying earlier, actually, again, I don't know if all of you know, but I've had to cancel the October retreats completely, but I have released the dates for next year, Duvallay. So if you're still interested, 22nd of April to the 26th of April, or the 6th of May till the 10th of May. And I really hope you can come, because I would really like to meet you in person. That would be very exciting. Debbie says, followed. Becky has a lovely page, doesn't she just? Flower says, thanks for the background entertainment while sewing a black skirt for a friend. Hello, Flower, how are you? Oh, Becky is in Australia as well. I didn't tell you guys that, but yes, she lives in Australia as well. And yeah, Flower is in Perth, which reminded me of Becky is in Australia. Gin and Pin says, I love the Decades of Style Empire waisted trousers, but would I wear them? I have that pattern. I have the butterfly bows, I have the Empire style trousers, I have the cape, and I also have the rodeo shirt. And the rodeo shirt was a present from Alex as part of the pattern swap. I am planning on using the Empire trousers for part of my autumn and winter plans for this coming season, because I think I'm going to really, really like them. I think I'm going to have to lengthen the crotch depth and the torso on them quite a lot, because otherwise they're just going to be waisted on me rather than the high-waisted like they're meant to be. So they're going to be a fun make, but I'm looking forward to those. I want to make the Paulina Alice sorrel trousers. I want to make the Nita trousers, and I can't remember the name of the design. The Amy Nicole Nita trousers, although I think I have a lot of work to do for them because they're drafted for a 5'3" pattern shape. I also have the Ralph Pink Cocoa trousers. I have lots of trousers that I want to make, and I have bought myself some inexpensive fabrics and some more expensive fabrics because some of those styles are very outside of my comfort zone and I don't know that they're going to suit me, but I want to give it a try. So yeah, but the Decades of Style Empire waist trousers are beautiful. Anna says, okay, on a bag. I just thought of a suggestion to go on the back of a top. Oh, definitely. I mean, this would look beautiful on top, Anna. Totally. But back of a denim jacket. That was my other option. If I could have got two of them, I might have put them on, because you know what I'm like. I'm not a big fan of asymmetric. I like matching. I don't know why I'm not a fan of asymmetric things, but yes, no, totally. On the back of the top, it would look really stunning. Just that I want them to go with my boots because I have boots with these on, and that's why. It's got to go on boots. Boots bag to go with the boot. Words are hard.
Words will come.
This one is just pretty, and it's going to be on a dress like this. I'm thinking a silk dupioni 50s style dress with this on the bodice, and I think a champagne coloured dupioni with this over the top will look really pretty. So I know which pattern I want to use for that as well. So yep.
My wedding dress.
No.
Never again.
No, I've made two of those and I'm never doing it again. Where did I get to? Mary says, yes, green on darker green would look stunning. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And I would wear a beaded coat as an everyday coat because this is me we're talking about. So yeah, I'm thinking a dark green wool. I have, as you guys know, I have plans for many coats, and I have some inexpensive, some slightly more expensive, but I haven't got any of the cashmere fabric that I want as yet because it is £50 a metre. And I am going to make myself a cashmere coat. I'm not sure if it's going to be a green one or a camel one, but I love the idea of doing a really special treatment to that cashmere coat as well with those appliques. I think that would look beautiful. So yes, Mary, totally right there. Sal says, I saw a lovely woman's trench coat on show I watched today. It was worn by the gorgeous Jamie Murray in the UK show Hustle. I'll share it on the Peeps group if you want. Yes, please, definitely. Duvalier says, oh, sorry, you had to cancel the retreat, but yes, I'm still very interested. It all depends on my situation at work. When is the sign-up deadline for May dates? There's no deadline, Duvalier. You can sign up anytime you like, right up until the 5 days before, if there's still space. I can't hold a space, but I don't think that's going to be a problem. I think at the moment between the two, I've got 10 to 12 spaces left. So no rush. And if we can talk and work out when you want to, if you want to sign up, when you want to sign up, when you know more about work as well. So, but yay that you're still interested. That would be very cool. Gin and Pin says, I'm 5'1", but similar shape to you. I love wide leg trousers. Have you had a look at the Amy Nicole Nita trousers? Not remotely like the Decades of Style Empire trousers, but yes. And then as long as they're in proportion, I can't see why it wouldn't look good on you, even at 5'1". I don't think you have to be, I mean, you will have to do a lot of tweaking to the pattern, I think, because Lisa Comfort's made them and she is 5'7", I believe. I think 5'6", 5'7". And so the proportions on her were quite good. So I think you will have to kind of take quite a bit of length of them out, and I'll have to add it all. But yeah, I think I can't see why they wouldn't look good on you, especially I think hourglass shape. They would look great. So yeah, you'll have to let us know how you go on. Debbie says matching bag and shoes is not old-fashioned, it's classic. Thank you, Debbie. You're correct. That was, I used the poor choice of words there. Classic is definitely the right way to say that. Yes. I'm planning on making some bags this autumn winter to go with this collection, and I really want some really nice tan faux leather to make a bag with, and I'm looking for some tan closed-toed shoes. Miss Elfire, I love my shoes. I know there was a couple of people who said that the ankle strap cut my legs in half, and it was like, yes, it does, but I don't mind that. I love how they look anyway. And if they had them in tan, ideally leather, but I wouldn't mind suede either. But that's I'm looking for a pair of those and a pair of navy shoes to complete the ensembles this autumn winter. I'm quite excited about this collection. I think it's going to look really cool together. Judy says, if you want another matching motif, could you disguise it using? Could you just digitize it using your Benina software? Possibly, but I absolutely hate doing it. I hate digitizing my own designs. I tried it a couple of times and it wasn't intuitive on the 8 series of the embroidery, at least not to me, but because it was the embroidery software for the Benina only works on PCs. It doesn't work on Macs. And everything is the wrong way around. So I was having to try and work my head around that, as well as how to make the digitizing software work for me. And I just did not enjoy the process at all, Judy, at all. I did try. I do tweak. I buy a lot of my motifs from Urban Threads and Embroidery Library, and I tweak them and I change them around a lot, and I take bits out and I add bits in. So I do that, but digitizing my own from start to finish, no, absolutely not. Dad always says it's cheating when I do that, but I've said that digitizing embroidery is an art form in and of itself that I am unwilling to learn when other people have done it so well and much better than I can. And I can get, there's never been a time where I've not been able to buy the thing that I wanted or find something that I could then make work for me. So within the sewing embroidery world, there are many facets to the hobby, and some people do you guys follow Sewstein on Instagram? Hang on. Okay, I'm sure you do. So there we go. Christine, she's the cosplayer, but she's also a doctor, a mother, I think she's an anaesthetist, but I'm not 100% sure. I know she is a board certified doctor, dedicated gamer, mother, wife, seamstress, and embroiderer. Not always in that order. Baby Lock ambassador. I'm reading from her profile now, but I was showing Nia and mum and dad the other day all the stuff that she embroiders for the historical garments that she makes, and they're stunning. But I mean, she's like she digitizes that and then sells these for you to buy, and they're from historical garments that she takes the designs and digitizes them themselves. I mean, she I don't know how she has time to sleep at all. She's like Superwoman, but they are just stunning. Let's see if I can find my favorite one. Here we go. She made her husband frock coat, and she digitized and then machine embroidered the entirety onto silk, and those buttons were then they're fabric covered buttons that she's completely embroidered to match. She did the dress to go with it. I mean, just even rehooping and getting it all to be lined up properly when you rehoop, just amazing, absolutely amazing. But then she enjoys that, and I just found the software so hideous to use for that kind of purpose that I just didn't enjoy it. So I mean, I like the idea of putting this on a jacket, but if I did that, I don't know how often I'd wear the jacket, but I think I'd wear the bag more often than I would wear the jacket, although I would like the jacket. I don't know. Maybe I'll just buy 3 more, and then, you know, I'll have many options if I can find them. Anyway, Alex says, have to go, peeps. Another webinar, but no assault and battery, just boring old interpreting conflict. Thank you for the lovely company. Thank you for hanging out with us, Alex. Caroline says goodbye to Alex as well. Duvalet says, okay, I'll message you when I have more info on my work situation. Awesome, Duvalet. You can teach me how to say your name correctly as well, and also your surname, because there is absolutely no chance in hell that I can say that. Nia, can you say this?
Pauliukiat.
Gin and Pin says, I was going to make the Merchant Mills strides this summer, but I had to put on so many inches around my middle, I held off. Debbie says, digitized embroidery is not software, it's witchcraft. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. Caroline says, I love Sostine patterns. I think she is an anesthesiologist. I thought she was as well. Is an anaesthetist and an anesthesiologist, are they different?
No, they're the same thing.
Okay, good.
Just Americans call them anesthesiologists.
I haven't insulted people, because I know a radiologist and a radiographer are very different.
Yeah.
Yes.
Radiologist's a doctor.
Yeah. And then you're the one that does all the work.
I'm the one that does all the work.
Yeah, Nia's a radiographer, if you guys didn't know. Judy Running So-and-so says, thank you for that info on Sostine. I've been using embroidery designs via the web. I've not got the software as I didn't think I could justify it. Oh, Judy.
You can always justify sewing things.
Well, no, I mean, mine came free with my machine, because it's £1,000. It's nearly 1,100 quid for the software. I think I've got 6. I was going to say I would be happy to give that to you, but then I've just realised that eventually I am going to be leaving the house, and would mean that I would lose access to it. So I've just thought that through, and it's probably not the wisest of ideas. Wilson's even given me a laptop dedicated, a Windows laptop dedicated for just embroidery, which is very kind of him. Yeah, have a look. Oh, your machine was secondhand. Have a look on eBay. Have a look on eBay. And because people do sell it on there for a lot less money. I think it's still probably a couple of £100. The only thing I don't know if you can buy a motif from, say, Urban Threads and then put it on the USB and then just put it onto your machine. I don't know if it has to go through the embroidery software. I've always put mine through the embroidery software, having my computer plugged into my sewing machine to do that. So I don't know if how it would work without the embroidery software. you'll have to let me know if you know. But yeah, that's the only thing I use my embroidery software for, is kind of tweaking the ones that I design and then putting them over onto my machine. And like I said, I don't know if you can do that process without having the software. Not sure. Kim says, I'm the same. I have software but can't get into digitizing. I prefer to be at the embroiderer or sewing machine, not computer screen for hours. Agreed. Judy says, I've emailed you, read the retreat. Oh, exciting. Might you come as well? Oh, that would be really cool. We'll have to work out if we can get you on the same one as Rachel so you guys can carpool. Exciting. Sorry if I just really jumped the gun as well. You like emailed me with the retreat saying, yeah, it sounds like a good idea. Can't come this year though, or next year though. But yay, that's really exciting, Judy.
Oh, I'd like to come, but please don't make me go with Rachel.
Yeah, please put me on the opposite weekend to Rachel, because no.
She steals my fabric.
Yeah, sorry, like completely just, yeah. Where did I get to? Dee says, I never got my head around digitizing. I did the free test on some incredible software, but I think it was very expensive and I didn't think I had the time to learn it properly. Yeah, that's what I mean, because Dad always says it's cheating. And I'm like, well, no, it's investing in somebody else's hard work and time, because they're not expensive. Some of them are, but then Embroidery Library do so many amazing deals that you just keep your eye out for the deals and then you go for the expensive ones during the deal weekends. It's kind of the same as Sherwood's. But somebody else is a genius at that, and they've spent all this time and effort digitizing the thing and making the thing beautiful. And then it's your interpretation of what you do with their artwork. Like, it's not like I'm trying to pass it off as my own. It's my interpretation and my then end result from what I do from that embroidery. I have quite a few ideas for some embroidered pieces for the autumn and winter collection, because my embroidery unit hasn't had much of a workout because it broke it wasn't the machine didn't break. It was, I'd lost because there's two ways of threading the bobbin for the correct tension for sewing or for embroidery, and the tiny little thing that you need to thread the bobbin thread through for embroidery had disappeared from my machine, and it took me nearly a year and a half to get it fixed. So my embroidery unit was out of commission for ages, but before that I was embroidering loads of things. Like, I've done the back of Ree's jacket, I did Mum's jackets, did a bag, I've done lots of bags, I've done Rhea bag as well. So yeah, I enjoy it, I really do enjoy it. But I don't want to digitize. Like you say, I don't want to spend the time learning the software. I think I got a craftsy class on it, and it was just like, no. No. Duvalier says, well done, Nia. There's a bit more vowel pronunciation, but no worries. She did a better attempt than I could have. Judy says, yep, I got my logo digitized by them, transferred it to my Benini USB, and it did it. Awesome. Gin and Pin says, have to go, off to laugh at students doing their first supermarket shop. Must remember to buy stuff for packed lunch as in work this week. Nice to see you, Gin and Pins. Thank you for hanging out with us. Nicola says, I have software for my embroidery machine, had it for about 15 years, used it twice. Lol. See, I do use mine, but it is to tweak somebody else's hard work, because there was one that I bought which was, it had bumblebees and crowns and pansies and then text. And I wanted the pansies and I wanted the bumblebee and I wanted the crown, but I wanted them separately. I didn't want it as, it was like something that you put on a cushion. So I worked out how to deattach everything so that I could then delete the bits that I didn't want, so I could then move the things around and place it how I wanted it. But that's the extent of the way I use that thing, which is fine. Sal says, bought the dress for my Dracula cosplay because the design is similar to what I need. Just need to modify it a bit instead of starting from scratch. So I guess that's cosplay cheating. Not at all. No, like, that's making it work for you. So yeah, not at all. Right, so I have this trim that I got from one of the knitting and stitching shows. I think I have a meter of it, meter and a half. I've got a bit more than a meter. It is running stitched along the edges, and there is some more fabric there. I want to see if I can send this to Harlequin to have a belt made out of it. Although I'm also thinking that, you know, the new Tamsin from By Hand London, the square neckline on this could look awesome, couldn't it? I'd need to mitre the corners better than that, wouldn't I? Hang on, how do I?
Excuse me.
Are you sure? So yeah, that could look really cool as a neckline of something or the waistband of something. But I also was wondering if it could be perhaps be made into a belt, which would then make it slightly more versatile. But I fell in love with it. It's just so beautiful. I have no idea what I'm going to do with it. So we'll see. Julian's here, says very pretty trim. Thank you, Julian. And hello, my lovely. How are you? I like doing this every now and again because I do some of these things. I'm like, oh yeah, that's where I put this, or I forgot I had that. So, aha! I'm so glad I found these. Right. So the lovely Karin from Germany sent me some silk brocade, the Berda magazine with the dirndl pattern in it, and then she sent me these little doodads to sew onto the dirndl, and this silk ribbon to tie it up with. And I knew I'd kept it somewhere safe, and then for the life of me I couldn't remember where I put it, and I put it in my trim box because that makes sense. And I'm glad that I kept the ribbon and the doodads together at the same point. But yeah, she said, look how beautiful, they've got little crystals in them.
Oh, they're pretty.
So you sew them on and then you put the ribbon
Put your ribbon
yeah.
thread.
So she sent me the whole thing to make the dirndl. And as I say, this is probably 2 or 3 Christmases ago, and I'm terrified that I'm going to mess it up because it is real silk. It's kind of brown and turquoise with birds on it. It's stunning.
Oh, lovely.
And she sent me a little bit more than I need because it was quite narrow. She wrote a bit, so I'm so terrified of ruining it. I will make it. It's like Alex has sent me 3 patterns now, and I will make them. I will get to them all. I'm just terrified of messing it up. I've got another kind of like motif to go here. I'm kind of wishing I'd bought 2 of these because I've seen some t-shirts where they actually go on the underneath like that on both sides of the t-shirt, and I think that's a really cool idea, like that near.
Oh yeah, I've seen those.
Yeah, and
So
I thought they were really pretty, but I only bought 1, so I'm thinking it's actually going to end up on the back of a top, because it could go down the front, couldn't it? But if it went on the back, it could be more. I could have more cutouts in it. This is like Etsy shopping all the time, all Etsy. Right, okay, so I made a red silk Anna dress, and then I made this little doodad to make as a belt. I think I actually need to remake this because I don't think this is sturdy enough, but I'd also bought this trim from Stitching Elmer's in Ride, and I wanted to, because I didn't want to have the trim on the dress permanently, so I thought a little belt that I could put on and take off would be a good idea. And I have more of this red silk, so I can remake it because I actually don't think I put enough stiffener in this at all. So I'm glad and there's definitely no stiffener in at the ends, and we all know how fragile Dupioni can be, so I think it would be a mistake to actually have sewn that up, so I'm glad I haven't. But yes, I have 2 sets of that trim. So I was thinking I could use it for a skirt and then have a belt that would match this and then the dress, because I wouldn't mind making a bright red silk skirt. I think that would be a very useful addition to my wardrobe. I mean, not useful, but pretty. But then also, so la-di-da, there, let's see. So la-di-da vintage. Now, let's see if I can find the dress, because it's a dress that she's had for a very long time, so she might not have a picture of it on her Instagram. I should have probably gone to her shop directly. Can't remember the name of it either off the top of my head, but I know where it is if I need to go and grab it. Where is it? Where is he? I haven't made it yet. Yeah, I'm just going to go to her shop. I think that would be quicker. I open my Safari on here and it goes straight to M. Rosenberg to their silk department. It's probably not the best thing for it to open up on, is it? Right, okay, so sewing patterns, yes please. Now, here we go, the rose dress. So she's made the rose dress and she's put embroidery underneath all of the pleats, which I think is beautiful. I think it's a really clever idea. You've seen that one, yeah?
Yes, I have
Isn't
seen
that
that one.
clever?
It's really nice.
I don't think I have enough of this red one to do that, but I have 5 meters of this blue one, which is exactly the same trim. So I was thinking, because I had bought this with the intention of trimming the bottom of a circle skirt, but I think maybe making the rose dress out of some dupioni in one of these colors, possibly even gold, that would look cool, and then using this as a trim in underneath the pleats from the rose dress. I think that's a definite possibility. Then I've got some of this ribbon that I got from the local shop, which it's not, it's a bit thicker than ribbon. I'm planning on using it as like insertion lace on a Zimmerman-esque inspired dress. This is ribbon, but it was shiny, so I had to buy it. No idea what I'm going to use that for. Then I've got some other little bits and pieces of trim here that were all from Nana's sewing box. Lots of little bits of lace and ribbons. If I ever do, it's like some insertion lace as well. If I ever do make any kind of Victorian underwear, because I kind of like the idea of getting into costuming. I do like the idea of it. If I ever do actually pluck up the courage to do any of that, then that will all be useful for that. And also it's from my Nana's sewing box, so it's going to stay. Even I've even got the tiniest little bits of things, they're going to stay because it's from Nana's sewing box. So yeah,
I've got rip rack and stuff like that hanging out of my Nana's box.
Where did I get to? The chat. Nicholas says, Julian, I've just watched all your sewing videos, loved them, but craving many more. I know what you mean. Lottie says, my jaw pain gets so much worse when I'm stressed, which then makes everything feel even worse. I'm sorry, it's really horrible. Yeah. I think that was a big contributing factor to this week being particularly crap, is all of the other things just making that one thing worse. Gillian says, thanks. Thank you, Nicole. More will be coming. Awesome. Nicole says, can't wait. Debbie says, I've started to go through my craft room and have found so many things I had completely forgotten I had. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the nice things about doing this is there's stuff in here that's like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. That would look really cool. So yes, it is fun. Julian says, I started cutting out a shirt yesterday out of Alexander Henry print, and I don't have enough to cut it all out. The pattern matched down the front. Oh no, which print is it? Which print is it? Let us know. Can anyone come to the rescue? Do they have a little bit left over somewhere? Debbie says, I am so glad I deleted Depop off my phone since I learned Dita Von Teese has her own page on there. Don't tell me things like that. That's not helpful. Have you seen Dita Von Teese's new kitties? She's got 2 new Devon Rexes. Madam Whale. Madam. Oh, because did you hear that Alistair Von Teese passed away? He was 17. Poor little Alistair. So she's called one of them Berlioz. So he's a kitten. He's a grey one, like the Aristocats Berlioz. Yeah. And then it's Madame Muselle. Madame
Muselle. That's very
Madame. Oh no, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it because I don't know how to spell it. Let's see. Dita Von Teese. Dita Von Teese. Where's your new kitties? Here we go. This was her announcement picture of her new babies.
That's an Instagram.
No, she's not got the links to them.
I was very sad for Butchwax Vintage when Iris died.
Aww.
She was very, very upset.
Oh, here we go. Madame Muselle Von Teese. Look, this is Berlioz. Oh, Look at him. He's beautiful. I want to introduce him to Yana. They would make amazing
they would make
babies.
lovely kittens.
And then Madame Muselle is a she was a breeding kitty, and she's been retired. So Dita has adopted her. Look how beautiful.
Oh, she's pretty.
And she also
Cute little
has
face.
she has a thing for dangly things, and you know what Dita Von Teese's house looks like. So Madame Muselle is
very happy.
It's literally like, yay, all of the lamps.
Into a house of toys.
All of the lamps.
Chan will be going on strike saying,
Oh.
you made your house an entire toy.
They're adorable. But yeah, poor Alistair Von Teese. Sorry, I got massively distracted and sidetracked there by Dita Von Teese's cats. Carol says, I still have a few laces from my great-grand's millinery shop in London's East End. Oh, how lovely.
How nice.
Duvlay says, I started seeing a lot of ateliers have their fabric remnant sales, and I am on fabric buying pause. So now I constantly have to remind myself that the car really needs repairs before winter comes.
Gosh, Ma, buy the fabric.
Julian says, it's the Alexander Henry Silver Foxes in the tea-stained colourway. It's sold out literally everywhere. I do not know this print.
Never heard of
I need to Google. Alexander Henry. And what was it called? Silver Foxes.
Silver Foxes on the tea-stained background.
Let me see. Oh, wow. And you can't, oh no. And you haven't got enough to pattern match. Oh man. Can you make it work without pattern matching? Would a solid colour placket down the front, would that work? Look.
Oh, that's cute.
I've not seen that one.
I was expecting it to be like, you know, the Santas.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be that, but grey-haired, sort of older, dashing men.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting that at all.
To be honest, for me, Silver Foxes, I was thinking actual animals.
I was thinking sort of, you know, George Clooney.
Silver Foxes, yeah, now makes more sense. Yeah, could you put like a solid placket on it with that? Because that way it's not quite so obvious that it doesn't match up. Julian says, I did a hidden button placket, and there's a guy literally running across. Oh no. Oh no. No, I've not seen that one, and I don't know of anywhere in the UK that has it. Oh no. Well, I hope you make it work, Julian. Aunt B's Creation says, good morning from South Carolina. Good morning. Oh, Beck's Creation. Sorry. Blind as a bat. Louise says, one of my cats brought in a baby rat last night and it was alive, so I rescued it after giving it some dried banana. Aww. Yeah. Chiana's latest offering for me was a baby blue tit, which was still alive, so I rescued him and put it back outside. He was called Henry. I choose to believe that he survived. So, but she was very pleased with herself. She kind of came in out on the, look what I've done, and this little thing was like, I'm still alive, and it sat up and it was drinking, and I looked after it and made sure it was all right before I put it back outside. So I'm hoping, and it wasn't a baby bird, it had its flight feathers, so I'm hoping that it was
probably just managed to fly away once the shock.
I hope so. I really hope so. I'm choosing to believe that.
I think James and your mother might have got lost.
Sal says Dita is such a goddess. They're probably having lunch without us.
It's very true.
Rude.
But they were going to call your dad if they were having lunch. Was he picking them up?
Well, let's hope they're not too lost. Lottie says, I haven't seen our new house or even been to the town. Oh, Lottie, you are so brave. Michelle says, I'm back. What have I missed? Sparkly things so far, Michelle. Not loads, but sparkly stuff. Caroline says, I have some wooden spools of silk thread from my great-great-grandpa, who was a credit draper. He used to sell stock to shops and dressmakers. Oh, very cool. Julian says, I'm going to colour block with another pin-up guy fabric for the sleeves and yoke, etc. Colour block, not colour black. Yeah.
We know what you meant.
We know what you meant. So, yes. Most of the remaining ones in here are from Saudi Arabia. from like Aladdin's Cave. So I've got this silver and gold. I think I have 3 meters of this one. No
Wow.
clue what I'm going to do with it.
Many hours wondering.
Oh, well, they're so much fun, weren't they?
Mm.
I have 0 clue what I'm going to do with this. I love it. I absolutely love it though. Probably ought not to show Nia this next one because she might want to take it home with her. It's the remnants from your wedding dress. So yes, this is the remnants from Big Bird's wedding dress.
It's in the cuffs and the waistband.
It was, yeah, and a little bit on the book I made you for your wedding cards.
I think there's a little bit on the cushions as well. That you
Yes. So I sewed it on as a strip, as we've just said, as just round the waist. There's not enough to go around my waist, but it can be cut apart into separate pieces. So, I mean, if Big Bird wants it, she can have it. But
I'll donate it to you.
I think
feel weird wearing it on anything other than my wedding dress.
Yeah. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do with that, but I'll find something to do with that. And then I have the other trim in here that we completely didn't bring a swatch of Mia's wedding dress fabric with us. So we were convinced it was this much bluer blue. So we bought this trim.
And it wasn't.
It wasn't. It was not correct.
It was not even close.
No. Although I happen to have some silk that works perfectly with this. So that's why I have it as well. I mean, technically, I didn't get paid for making the wedding dress. It was my gift to them. And Mum bought this, so
that can be your payment.
Yeah. I got to keep this trim. So again, I have 0 clue what I'm going to do with this. Maybe around the waist. Maybe again, like they could be cut into motifs, couldn't they? This would look very cool on a coat. Oh,
shiny.
I mean, how over the top would it be to have a matching coat and dress ensemble?
Not over the top at all.
It's totally reasonable, right?
Mothers of the bride do it all the time.
See if Tiana willing to get married.
Yeah.
I've got another giant, what is going to probably go on the back of a shirt, because I like the idea of it on the front. But again, it would be very revealing if I put it on the front. So I think I'm going to put it on the back of a shirt.
You could always put like a nude.
Yeah, that's a possibility. That's a possibility. Tiny little bows that you put on underwear. Does anyone else cut those off of their underwear? Because they show through t-shirts and yeah.
Them.
And then some more silk ribbon. Tiny little bit. I think this was from Nana's stash as well. And then this was very expensive from Saudi Arabia. And I plan on making a square neck silk dupioni dress. And this is going to go around the neckline of that square neck and ever so slightly overlap like that. And it was really expensive. So I've just got a meter of this one. I think it was 40 quid for the meter. It was
that one. Oh, yeah.
Black on black.
Yeah.
So Baby Bother is going to Kuala Lumpur for 3 years, and there's a Lulu's there. Lulu's have a silk department, we're hoping. So Baby Bother is going to bring me home like 10 meters of black silk for me to use to make things out of. I've then got some more little motifs here, some tiny little black ones. Got some collars. So collars, we've got those. And then I fell in love with this trim. The guy in the shop was trying to talk me out of buying it because he was like, no, it's cheap. It's not got Swarovski crystals on it. No. I was like, but I like it. And it goes really well with the colour dupioni I've already got. So, yeah. I do have some silk dupioni that is the right kind of lavendery gold colour to go with this. Again, I have no idea what I'm going to do with all these really fancy beaded evening dresses. Is that going to stop me making them? Probably not. So, yeah, I mean, not that this was pretty well organized already. This didn't really need reorganizing. It was just really fun to show you guys. I do enjoy getting these things out and kind of going through them and showing you what I've got. And again, like I say, it does remind me what I have, which is nice to do as well. I do need to make another one of these red silk belts though, because that's not going to work. And I'm glad I found my dirndl kit, because I knew I'd put it somewhere safe. But now I know exactly where it is. So put these all back in here. I'll get the Birder magazine out with all the dirndls in it, because Karen's marked the page of the one she thinks that I should make. I'm going to put these back first. So I'm sort of tidying up after myself. Sort of tidying up. Sort of. Okay, they go up there. That goes on top of that. Right, where's my Birder magazines? They are here. Let's see if I can find the one that I want. I'm still obsessing over, I think it's this one. I'm still obsessing over September 2019's, oh no, it might be this one. Take the both out. Yeah, I'm still obsessing over that copy and I cannot find it anywhere. If there is an easy way of buying past editions of Birder magazines, please let me know, that so I'm not being stupid. I've got, Duvalet has found the pattern that I want, but I'm kind of obsessed with the entire magazine and I literally cannot find it anywhere. So is this the one that Karen suggested? Yes. Yes. So that's the, it's a shame it's black, but that's the one that she suggested that I make. And as I say, she sent me all the bits and pieces to go with it. That's the one.
Oh, that one, or that one.
This one.
That one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
I can imagine you in that.
Yeah. It's really lovely. So, but I thought it was this one because of the dress on the front. I haven't made anything from a Birder magazine yet. So I'm thinking probably like a dirndl is probably not my best bet for my first go. But, you know, possibly. Possibly. That'll be an interesting video, won't it? Let's see how much I can mess up in one go. But yeah, I got these out the other day to have a look through them, and there are some gorgeous patterns in these. So I really do need to give them a try, don't I? How long? I've been waffling for 3 hours. I haven't got anything else to do now. What else should we do? What else can we do? I've got a bag, I suppose, that I could carry on sewing, but I don't really want to do any sewing today. I'm going to drink some more water because my throat is getting croaky. I meant to have finished this.
Maybe Paula's asking. She's just started sewing. She's looking for. She says, where can I get fabric to make napkins? It's like, where?
Oh, yes, pick a shop and go there.
Just linked her to all the cotton and polycotton on Pound Fabrics and all the cottons at Minerva Crafts.
Nice.
They're two nice, easy shops to start with, aren't they?
Definitely. Alison says Binks brought in a male super fairy wren. He was still alive and we let him go. The fairy wren was so beautiful. I'm going to have to Google one of those now. Pretty.
Is that in the States?
Australia. Yeah. Lottie says, to be fair though, my husband did go and see our house, so not really sight unseen. Still
great.
Yeah, you've never been to the town either, Lottie. That's still like, you know. Art Beck's creations trims are just so yummy, and wowza, so pretty. Yes. Nicola says, I love that trim. And Duvalet says, you just need to find a reason to wear those dresses. Maybe a theatre premiere, charity gala dinner, ballet Christmas show. I mean, that's why I always put a gala dinner in at the retreat, so that we all have an excuse to wear our fanciest dresses if we want to. And then there was a couple of people that are coming that are only bag makers, but when Erica did that, she made herself an evening bag for the gala dinner, and it was stunning. So It's not a problem if you don't make clothes. You make yourself a beautiful evening bag. Any excuse. Lottie says, I'm sorry you have been rewound unknown to me when I left the room. I was totally in the wrong part of the conversation. Don't worry, Lottie, it's not a problem.
Welcome to my natural state.
Julie says to Duvalier, but it's 2020. Duvalier said, well, until the dresses are made up, it might be 2021. Yes, this is true. What birder issues do you need? It's just September 2019, Duvalier. You know, in the message chat that we've got on Facebook, it's the one that you sent me the trouser pattern from. It's September 2019. That's the one that I want. So Lily Bell says, discuss cosplay costume plans. I really would like to find time to make some, so talking about it is the next best thing. I think that's a good idea, so Lily Bells, because I have got some ideas. Let's see. Duvalier says, I'm not going to plan for 2021 before I've watched the trailers. Yeah, you're not wrong there, Julie. Yeah. Julian says, I think a good excuse is an impromptu photo, the supermarket around town. I mean, yeah, to be fair, do I really need an excuse to make evening gowns?
No.
I have all the fabrics for them. I have some beautiful fabrics. I might as well just make these things, mightn't I?
Just make them. It don't matter if you don't wear them.
Yeah.
That's
half the fun of
the
it.
fun is
Yeah.
just making them, isn't it?
Yeah, and I have plans for so many of them. And I also think I'm sort of getting the courage up to make some of the more scary fabrics into dresses as well. So I think I might just bite the bullet and do it. Alison says, I will send you a gorgeous Super Fairy Wren fridge magnet with your parcel. Hopefully Spotlight send me the rest of my pattern order this week due to COVID. Mail has been so slow here.
Yeah.
Oh, I hope it arrives soon. And I will send you the Gertie dress pattern Simplicity. Oh, thank you. Duvalier says, I'll ask around for it. Thank you very much, Duvalier. That's very kind of you. I literally cannot find it anywhere. It's the one that I regret not buying. I remember looking at it in the shop and just being like, I don't sew these birder pattern magazines. I don't sew the patterns from them. I shouldn't buy this one. And I've not stopped thinking about it since. So you guys helped me track it down. And it was particularly a pair of trousers that I wanted from it. And Duvalier has found those for me, but I think I want the entire thing if I can find it.
I can't make head and tail of birder patterns.
Yeah, I want to give it a try. And also because I need to make this dirndl, I need to start. I think I want to try and start with a slightly easier pattern though than just the dirndl, because I think that might be a bit beyond me. But there's some really nice stuff in here. Like I really like that sort of like tunicky crown neck tunic thingy.
Oh yeah, that's nice. That'd be nice over leggings and boots in the winter.
That's nice too. And that's nice. Very many nice things. We were talking about that one there. I like that a lot.
Lots of layery things.
Yeah. And then this is the one with the dirndls in it as well. So that's the one that Karen suggested that I make, which I really want to do. I need to make all the things.
I watch Saturday Night Stitch. She does a lot of that.
Yeah, she does, yeah. Where do we get to with the chat? Carolyn says, since you mentioned the tiny bows on underwear, I must mention how I dislike bumpy bra syndrome. While beautiful embroidery and lace bras cause the worst bumps and lumps under clothes. Yeah, I have a lot of lacy bras, but because of the type of stuff I wear, I get away with it. But when I want to wear my t-shirts, I can't have those lacy bras on. I 100% agree with you. They drive me nuts. Right, let's put those back in their little box. I mean, the other side of that as well, guys, is look, you know, I have these 3 magazine files here which don't fit my pattern envelopes in, so they have to have magazines in them. And one of them's empty, so I have that much room for new birder magazines. So I keep trying to talk myself into getting the yearly subscription, but it's something £110 or something. It's very expensive. So I'm like, should I?
Not.
And like I say, I haven't made anything from a birder magazine as yet. So I'm thinking, should I or should I not? Should I behave? So far I have. But it is that one September 2019. I regret not buying that. Carolyn says, oh, I've read that one, sorry, haven't I? Aunt Beck's Creation says, if you make them, they will be ready for some big, huge event you don't know is coming. This is true. And it will be fun to watch, I think, as well. I think what my plan is, because we've been talking about this as well, because, you know, Emily Horman was saying that she's got to the point where she's made everything that she wants. And she's not going to stop sewing, but she's kind of rounded out her wardrobe and she has all the things. And I don't have a rounded out wardrobe. I need to make more tops and trousers because I enjoy wearing trousers. And I recently ruined my one pair of black wide leg trousers that fit me. The zip on them broke. And yeah, I had to rip myself out of them. So they are now part of the stuffing of my hoof, which is fine because they're probably in slightly too drapey a crepe, but it should have probably been a dress rather than trousers. Although they were the wide leg, you know, slouchy trousers, so I like them, but they weren't the perfect trousers. So I need to make myself some new trousers, plain skirts, plain tops, pattern tops. And that's part of this autumn winter collection. There was a whole lot of plain solid fabrics in there. There are a lot of prints as well, but there's a lot of solids in there. And whilst it's not going to completely round out my wardrobe, it is going to go a long way towards me having a more balanced, not just all of the dresses, all of the skirts, and then nothing else in them. So this next 4 months is going to be sewing all of those autumn winter plans, which I'm really looking forward to. And then after that, I kind of like the idea of doing a lot of evening wear because I have a lot of fabric for evening wear. I have a lot of laces, I have a lot of silks, satins, sequins, velvets, things like that. And I kind of know what I want to make with all of them. But, you know, I don't have anywhere to go to wear those things. But that does not mean to say that you should not make the thing. No, definitely not. So I'm thinking that that's what I'm going to start doing is the next sort of 4 months, the capsule collection is an idea to give myself a rounded wardrobe of lots of different separates and dresses and jackets and skirts and trousers and bags and those kind of things that all work together, but then can work with pieces that are already in my wardrobe. And then going forward from there, start making different things in the terms of more elaborate evening gowns, costumes. I'd really like to get into costuming. I said this a couple of times to you guys as well. I love watching other people do it. And there are events that you can go to when we're allowed to actually interact socially with other people again. You know, there's the Ball in Bath. There's Costume College. There's lots of different people that put together events specifically for you to wear these things to. So, you know, it's not like it would be completely useless. I'd like to go to some conventions. I really want to do, I think I've told you guys this before, Gender Bent, Doctor Who number 10, David Tennant. I want to do a woman's suit and a woman's trench coat, but in his, you know, those colours, so that it can be pieces that work in my wardrobe, but if I put it all together in the correct way with the correct styling, it looks like, you know, David Tennant's Doctor Who. I really want to work with either EVA foam or Warbler just once to try it. And I've kind of got in my head, I want to do an armoured peacock. I haven't seen anyone else do that. I've seen lots of armoured Ariels and armoured Snow Whites and Jasmines and those kind of things, but I like complete fantasy off the top of my head, armoured peacock. I'd really like to do a set of armour with peacock feathers and peacock colours because I think that's would be really fun and really pretty. There is a illustrator called No Flutter, and I've shown you a few of her ones before, and she does a white rabbit, and again, I think that would be a really cool one to do. So I've got loads of ideas for different costumes and things like that. And I'm never going to stop making clothes. Like I'm going to have the world's largest wardrobe, and my stuff does rotate in and out quite frequently. There's been more stuff going out this year that I've made because it's not been quite right for me, but I've enjoyed making the thing and I've enjoyed showing you guys the thing. And when I do my roundup of all the 12s at the end of the year, I've already marked down, well, this one's been donated, this one I gave to a friend, this one I've kept. And there's reasons behind those decisions, because sometimes something I've made works for me and sometimes it doesn't. So it's been fun experimenting with new shapes and different patterns and things this year, but there's also been a lot of tried and true stuff that I've made as well, because every now and again I've needed a pick-me-up, and some of them have been terrible. So it's been like, I need to make something like the Eve dress, because if I make the Eve dress, then I know I'm going to love it and I'm going to be happy. So yeah, I like the idea of branching out and trying different things. And as I say, I've been watching so many historical costubers who are making Edwardian outfits and Gibson Gus shirts. And there's history bounding is now like a thing as well. And it doesn't, so making some of these things, you can style it in such a way that it will look very historically accurate, and you can style it with more modern pieces to make it look inspired by the era. And I like the idea of doing those kind of things as well. So yeah, I don't really know exactly what I'm going to be doing, but I think I should start making some of the fancier things I have in my fabric wardrobe into dresses, because it would be fun to do and hopefully fun to see, even if I have nowhere to wear them to at as yet. So yeah, I don't know. What do you think? Julie says it's the journey, not the destination. Yeah, exactly. It's fun. It's fun making those kind of things. Debbie says, I want the September one for this year, but would have to go on the bus to get one. Not exactly an essential journey. Yes, agreed. Julie says, I have the Better Style September 2019 in Danish, and I know how well you read the language. Yeah. I don't think that would work, would it? I'd be constantly on the phone like, Julie, can you translate this? Debbie says, making the super pretty evening wear will improve your skills so much in fiddly fabrics. You can then apply them to your normal sewing. This is very true, Debbie. Rachel Lynn says, have to go get some lunch. Hugs to all. Thank you for joining us, Rachel Lynn. Aunt Beck's Creation says, go for it. I think I'm talking myself into it. Julie says, make beautiful stuff.
You are all enablers.
Yeah. I mean, this is the thing as well, though. It's like, there's a girl called Bella May Designs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bella May.
Like, she is selling the Phantom of the Opera pink gown that she's just completed.
It's stunning.
But the amount of fun that must have gone into working out how to do that and making that. Like, I'm not sure I'd ever be able to sell it. I'm a hoarder. I'd want to keep all the things that I make.
Keep on the pretty things.
Well, I mean, that's not true, though, because, like, I have got rid of things that aren't right for me this year, that I've made this year. So, yeah. I don't know. Julian says, have to head out to get ready for church. Talk to you all later. Thank you for hanging out with us, Julian. It was lovely to see you. Julie says, I'd be constantly on the phone saying, yes, Sean, yes, you would. Debbie says, I would love to start history rounding. I will make an Edwardian mini wardrobe for a live role play character, so that will be interesting. Yeah, I think my first foray into history bounding is going to be, and I've just realised as well that I've got the wrong size of this pattern, so I'm going to need to buy the next size up. Here we go, this one. I think it's this one. Yeah. So that's going to be my first foray into it. And there is actually a video of Engineering Knits. She is an amazing historical knitter. And some of the stuff she's done is just stunning. She knits her own lace for cuffs on these things, like tiny, 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 tiny needles. Like even there could be sewing needles, I don't know. But she knits lace for the cuffs of these patterns. But she's made this entire ensemble in a really beautiful blue twill. And I am convinced that I'm going to like this jacket as is for day-to-day wear. I don't know if I would make this skirt, because whilst I love this ensemble, I don't know.
A bit overdressed for event now.
Well, yeah, I mean, if I was going to an event, I probably would, but the jacket, I can totally see myself wearing that jacket, as a jacket.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be my first foray into history bounding. And I have the fabric for it. I hope I've got enough of it. If I haven't, I can buy more, but it is £21 a metre. So I'm hoping that 2.5 metres I've got is enough. Let's have a look. B, and it's 60 inches wide. Yeah, she says 2¼ yards, and I've got 2.5 metres. And mine is a tartan, so you do need more to pattern match tartans. So you're supposed to buy ½ metre extra for every repeat or something. So I'm hoping I've got enough to pattern match it. And like I said, I can always buy more if I need to. Yeah, I think this is going to be a winner. We shall see. Let's have a look, see what she says about the instructions. This live stream's turned into me reading pattern instructions with you guys. Let's see, what does she say about making this jacket? It's part of the skirt. Let's see, that's the shirt waist. Jackets. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So I don't know if I put the soutache detailing on the back of the jacket. Do we do the same with the lining? Is there a lining? Is there a lining? Yeah, I think there is a lining. Yes, there is, I think. I think so. Let's see. So many pieces. So many pieces. Jacket. Oh, I don't know if it is lined. Must be lined. Let's see, what does it say? Because usually it says do all the same things for your lining section, doesn't it? There's the glossary for what the pieces are. Right side of fabric, wrong side. Oh, I don't know if this is lined or not, you know. I think I might have to work out how to line this thing. That's going to be interesting.
Jumping your mum nearly in Godchill.
Ah, it's taken them a while to get there. Okay. So yeah, I think I'm going to have to work out how to line this jacket, but that's fine. I can do that. And I've done that with plenty of jackets before, so it's not a problem. Not a problem at all. But the construction of it doesn't look overly difficult. Where's putting in the sleeves? Collar. It's on the other side. There we go. Oh, here we go. This is probably where the lining is. Yes, there is a lining. There we go. That's good. Yes. There is a lining. Okay, so sleeves. Yeah. I don't see why. It doesn't look overly difficult. Like I say, the difficult part about this one is probably the soutache detailing on it all. But yeah, I only have the pattern bundle that goes up to a size 10, so I don't think that's going to fit me. I think I'm going to need the size 12 for the bust. So I'm going to have to buy the bigger size bundle for that, but that's fine. I don't mind doing that. So that's going to be, I think, my first history bounding project, because whilst it is, I think it's Edwardian. It could be Victorian. Please correct me. It might even be 1920s. But yeah, I think that's my first one. That's what I'd like to try doing. Let's see, where did we get to? So Lily Bell says, pop into the shop, be back soon if you're still streaming. See you. Thank you for joining us, So Lily Bells.
Bring chocolate, Lily Bell.
Bring chocolate, yes please. Julie says, I history bounded last weekend. I was going to my brother-in-law's birthday and just had found a frilly button up and finished that skirt with the embroidery. Ooh, that must have looked really pretty. That skirt is beautiful. Aunt Bex Creation says, love Angela Clayton, love to watch her videos too. Me too. I am a patron of hers. Judy says, love the hangout, dashing out. Thank you for joining us, Judy. So yeah, I think this is going to be my first my first history banding. Thank you, Bethany. It's late Victorian, 1890s. Victorian is 1890s. Victorian is 1837 to 1901. Thank you, Bethany. Of all the people who should have realised that you would know, but yes, so Victorian, late Victorian, 1890s.
Yeah, historian.
Yeah, and Lady Lilith's costumery, Bethany, is that right? She just made the most amazing purple wool cycling outfit. I'm going to have to find. I'm going to have to find. Lady Lilith. Lady Lilith. What's the last bit of the channel, Bethany? Lady Lilith. Can't spell. Lilith. There we go. Lady Lilith Designs. Thank you.
Oh, that's so sweet.
And then she and then she did like I wore this for cycling for 7 days and did not die. Thank you. Yeah, Lady Lilith Designs. Yeah, and it's a hidden waistcoat front, so the waistcoat front is actually part of the jacket.
Part of the jacket.
So it looks like a 3-piece, but yeah, which I love those as well. And whenever Bethany meets up with us,
nice front on a frock coat.
Yeah,
not fake.
Definitely. Yeah, whenever Bethany meets up with us at Goldhawk Road, she always turns up in a shirt like that. One of her. Oh, so beautiful. Yeah, if you don't, and we said this last time we were here. If you don't follow Bethany, Lady Lilith's Designs on YouTube and Instagram. Yup. Ooh, sorry, I'm just going through your feed now. I made her blush last time. She did a video that was
pretty
costuming expectations versus reality. It was very funny. It was very funny. It made me giggle.
I think they've just phoned you dad.
So come and get us. Come and get us. I don't know. We're going for. How about we do another half hour and then we call it a day? I don't know what I'm going to do though. What am I going to do? What shall we do?
Do we sewing books?
Yeah, I'm just thinking actually bandless style because why is there's bits of Mum's dragon quilt all over the place.
I didn't like to move it because I wasn't sure if it was important, so I've just left it there.
Because somebody mentioned, I haven't made anything out of this book yet, but I really, really want to. And the reason I like this book is because it's 5 bodices, 5 sleeves, 5 skirts, and then you can smoosh them together as you wish. The only downside is the patterns are only on A4 and they're on this disc. But somebody mentioned that you can send this to somewhere and they will print it all for you.
I'm just going to go and pick them up.
Okay.
So I'm thinking if I can find somewhere that will actually just print this all for me, and it's going to be all of the pages because there's 15 different elements in here to work my way through. But yeah, I was thinking this is definitely one that I want to try because I like a lot of the I like victory patterns designs for a start. I always enjoy those. And it's another one of those spiral bound books as well, so it was always going to lie flat, which is awesome. And then they do the things that you need, and then they do the techniques. These are also the people that publish the Socianary, which is another one that I highly recommend to you guys. Scented zippers, visible zippers. Here we go. Right. So the premise of this book is there's 5 bodices, 5 sleeves, and 5 skirts, and you can then mix and match to make your dream dresses. So that's all the bodices, and I love every single one of those. I think they are all gorgeous. Would wear all of them, 100%. So we've got the Katrina, Jackie, Celine, Georgia, and Billy. Yeah, would 100% wear all of those. Oh gosh, and then there's variations on each one as well. So, yes. Anna says, I followed Lady Lilith Designs, and her shirt is stunning. When she wore it at the Gold Hawk Road, it was amazing, definitely. Fry says, Hiya from Saturday Night Stitch. Hilla from Saturday Night Stitch may be able to help you find a place to find the bird style you're looking for. Yes, possibly. Possibly.
Virtually all birders.
Yes.
Isn't she a birder ambassador?
Oh, I don't know.
I think she might be a birder ambassador.
Ilova says, "Ooh, what's the book title? It's called Boundless Style by Victory Patterns." Christiane Booz of Victory Patterns. And Julie says, who made the Expectations versus Reality History Dress Edition? Lady Lilith Designs, Julie. You definitely want to have a look and check that out. Ilova says, thanks for the book recommendations. Okay, so here's the Jackie dress, and then this might be the only one that I would struggle with because it's a very, very low back, but I love this front of it. I think that tie details are really pretty. I'm just looking through a book with you guys. But I love the concept of this, that you can just mix and match as much as you want. So this is the sleeve, which has this really unusual dart structure for the for fitting around the boobs, and I like that neckline, and you can then put the tie on it as you wish if you wish to. And then this is the back. So again, you can play around with contrasting strips and colours there. And then this is the Georgia, which I think is my favourite. I mean, you know, I like wraps. I always like wrap dresses, but that's really, really pretty. I like the yoke detailing, and you could totally have amazing fun with some lace in there as well. Michelle says, well, I'm off. See you guys and girls next time. Shine, please get a hold of me before tomorrow afternoon and you will get a package sent off to you. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you very much, Michelle, and thank you for joining us. I will message you a little bit later today if I remember, if I don't poke me, because you know what I'm like. Nimue had to remind me, well, Nimue didn't remind me, bless her, because she was very kind, but I've been meaning to email Nimue for a month now and I haven't done it until yesterday. So yes, memory like a sieve. Julie says, thanks. Debbie says, I made the truly Victorian 1883 tail bodice coat a while ago. Got so many compliments from the general public. Yes, Noelle from Costuming Drama has introduced me to truly Victorian patterns. I wasn't aware that they were a thing before that, and now I need all of them. Do you see what I mean? They've put lace in onto the yoke detail of this, which is just gorgeous. I really like that. And I have some small offcuts of lace, so this would be a really good use of those. And then the last bodice is the Billy bodice, which again, I really like the colour blocking options they've done on that. This is very pretty. And I like the little collar as well. So yeah, I'm going to see if I can find somewhere that I can send the disc to and they will print this off for me. I'm going to see if there's somewhere I can take the disc to online, because that would, I think I'd prefer that than sending it off in the post, because if the disc goes, then the book is worthless. So yeah. Next we've got sleeves. So they've got Moss, Grace, Farah, Monroe and Bardo. So little cap sleeves, slightly longer, bishopy type sleeves. I think these have got some pleat detailing or pin tuck detailing, and then this one has detailing around the top. And I'm going to talk you through all of these details. And then the grey sleeve itself, you can either have it short, 3/4 or long. So although it's only 5 sleeves, there's then options of lengths of sleeves within those 5 options. I think you can probably imagine that these are my favourite. And that's on that wrap bodice with the lace detailing on there. So this entire dress I love. And it's not just a straight gathered hem, it's got like actual pleating detail in at the hem. So it's a weird wonky hem until you pleat it all down into the wristband. So that's cool. Then we've got the Monroe, which you can have as a two-tone sleeve, which works really well. Yeah, there's some funky detailing going in on that sleeve. Ooh. Yeah, it's got like a pleat above the elbow in it. That's really nice. I like that. Then we've got the Bardot, which again they've got in 3 lengths, and that has a little pleat detail at the top. I mean, you can see why I like this dress, because the mix and match, this book, the mix and match options are pretty endless. And it will tell you how to do them sleeveless as well if you want to. So there's also that option. Then the skirts, you've got the Frida, Ella, Sophia, Meryl, and Lydia. And all of them, even the ones that are more pencil shaped, still look like they have a little bit more fullness to them rather than just being a standard pencil skirt, which is something that, again, I am more likely to want to wear. And then they also give you different lengths that you can cut all of the skirts out. So you've got peplum length, cocktail length, tea length, mid-calf, which is really cool. So again, you've got lots of options there. So yes, I need to, basically what I am saying is that I really need to find somewhere to get this printed out, because I would like to give these an option. Oh, and they also talk you through putting flounces on them, so it's even more options. Yeah, the Sophia, which is the pencil skirt, actually has a really interesting kick pleat detail, which is nice. And again, probably more likely for something I would wear with a kick pleat. And then we've got a panelled skirt, which they've put detailing in over the seams of the panel, which looks really interesting. And the Lydia is pleated with box pleats. And then they talk you through lining them, which is really cool as well. So, and then they talk you through how to put these things together. And also things like they've got tutorial for putting in a waist stay. Which is to help if you're wearing a heavy dress, to help hold the weight of the skirt onto the waist rather than it all hanging from the shoulders. And it's also to help take strain off of zips and button plackets and things like that. So yeah, you can see why I like this book and why I would like to get this book printed up. That is my only criticism of this, is that it comes on a DVD rather than having the separate pattern booklet that goes with it. I can understand why, because having the patterns printed onto the, the pattern booklets that they do, I can understand why they, oh, excuse me. I can understand why they didn't do that, because that would have added a lot of cost to the production of this. But that is my drawback with this book, is that I wish they'd given you the pattern booklet, like the patterns, rather than, because I also know it's all, you have to print it out on A4, so you have to stick everything together. There's no option to get this printed out on A0, which also I think they should have perhaps thought about and given you the option to have it printed on A0. But never mind. Never mind. Never mind. So yeah, the chat's gone really quiet now. Mary says that's a very informative book. Yeah, I like a lot of the pattern books that you get. They do have sections of of how to sew. So if you have a lot of them, that can get a little bit repetitive. But if that's your only book or your starting book, then that's great. So yeah, I think my most used book that I have up there is my Sewtionary, which was written by Tassia Saint Germain, who owned Sewaholic. She sold the pattern company now. Oh. This was printed by the same company that did the other one, which is Fons and Porter, I think. But there's 101 essential sewing techniques in here, and it's set out like a dictionary, which is why it's called the Sewtionary. and I actually bought a signed copy when she released it because I am a huge fan of Tassia's. Like I say, she has sold the company on to other people now who seem to be maintaining the company, but they're not designing any new patterns, which is sad because, but then I suppose it was her aesthetic that I liked rather than necessarily I mean, it depends. You'd kind of think that they would carry on because Soulholic patterns are designed for pear shapes, so you'd think they'd carry along on that aesthetic. But it would be obviously if somebody new is designing the patterns, it would be their interpretation of that. But I really like Soulholic patterns. But yeah, this book is great. So, for example, we've got how to sew bound buttonholes, and there's a good 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pages on step-by-step instructions of how to sew a bound buttonhole, and the pictures are great as well. And Tasia, I don't know if I'm saying her name correctly, but she does have a really good way of explaining things. I made my first proper coat with her. It was the Menorah, and I used her sew along, and the sew along was brilliant. And it was a blog post, not videos, and it was really, really good. So yeah, there's literally all of these different techniques in here, and if you look at any of my videos, this book is as a permanent link of one of the things that I highly recommend. I don't refer back to this very often anymore because it's taught me so much, but you know, she's got a section in here of printed fabric and how to match prints and print placement and how to use printed fabric and, you know, all those kind of things. And it's really, really good. I really like it. And it's you know, there's a pattern in here for making your own sleeve roll and things like that. So I love this book. I highly recommend this book. Nia's sister-in-law messaged me and was just like, what do you recommend for a starter? And this was one of them. And then also More Fabric Savvy. That was another one that I recommend. Hang on, let me grab that one as well. But if you're wanting to, there is stuff in here that I still refer to now. Like I said, I don't use it that often, but I haven't made bound buttonholes yet. So Custom put a video up on bound buttonholes this morning, which was great. She was making a peacoat, so she did a standalone video on bound buttonholes, which was really, really informative. This one is also something that I will pull out to go through when I do make bound buttonholes, because I am going to be making Gertie's princess coat, which has got bound buttonholes. You can have bound buttonholes or machine done, but I would like bound buttonholes, and that's something I wanted to learn this year. So I shall be pulling this book out to go through that process. Oh, here we go. And you know, I was asking Lynn from Aussie Blackbeard which book she recommended for coat making and tailoring. It was The Classic Guide to Sewing the Perfect Jacket, and that is by, does it have an author? I don't think it does. It's Creative Publishing International, but this was the book that Lynn recommended, and I have purchased myself a copy of it. And I mean, if you want to get geeky and technical about the inside of jackets, this is the book to get. Gonna need to definitely read up on some of this, because I will be making quite a few jackets over the next couple of months. But yeah, so when Nia's sister-in-law messaged me, she was like, which books do you recommend? I told her Stationery, and then I really like this one. Again, I don't refer to this one often anymore, but when I first started sewing, I referred to this all the time. Let me just catch up with the chat. Alison says, putting PDF patterns together drives me nuts. I have found a printer in Bendigo who does a brilliant job of printing patterns A0 size. My sanity is worth the cost of printing. Yes, totally. If I ever win the lottery and have a big enough sewing room and space, I'm going to buy myself an A0 printer.
I'm there about that.
I know, Laurie.
There might be one on camp that they might be trying to get rid of, but I said I ain't got the room for them.
I don't think that we would.
So they call it a plotter, don't they?
Yeah, they are large.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't think we'd have room for it.
There might be one available.
Oh, that would be so good. They do kind of have to be. They're one of those ones that apparently they have to keep working because it's not something you'd only use every now and again.
Yeah.
So I might have to start my own A0 printing business, but no, I don't want to do that.
No.
But yeah, no, if I won the lottery and had all the space, then I would totally have one of those myself, definitely. But yeah, I agree with you. I hate putting together A4 pattern pieces on PDF patterns. Not fun. Noelia says, have you thought of making videos reviewing books? I know you're sort of doing it now, but I'd be interested in what you have. I think I've already done that. I think I've already done my sewing books. It was a while ago. Let me see.
In the depths of time.
Yes. Okay, so I've done my sewing pattern book collection. I think I have done a review of these, and I think I don't have very many new ones since then. Yeah, Anna's saying I did my pattern books. Yeah, I'll have to rewatch that video and see if I talked about my instructional books. I think I did. It was a while ago. But yeah, I have sort of done it, Noelia. But I will have a look and see if I have included some of my newer ones. I mean, that was the other thing that you guys said you would like updated pattern stash videos, and that would mean that I need to go through the old videos and mark down the patterns that I have and then work out which ones are new since then. And I am wanting to do that. It's just going to take me some time. It's probably not going to be till we move. But yes. Anna says to Alison, right there with you on PDFs. I do not like them. The compromise is if a pattern is only PDF, I do get them if I like it that much. I am printed gal all the way. Same here. Alison says to Anna, I have been putting together PDF patterns and have had to shift the pages so that the pattern fits when it's supposed to be the thingies that you use them to line up, and they don't always work. Yep. Yeah. And Noelia says, thanks, I'll take a look at your video. Yeah, I think I went through all my books, but it might just have been the pattern books. But I think I have added a few new ones to my collection since then. So I might a video about my reference books might be a good idea, actually, mightn't it? So more fabric savvy. It was what I read. What's Sarah, your sister-in-law? Yeah, Sarah.
SJ.
Yes, SJ. So Big Bird's sister-in-law. She messaged me and she was like, "What do you recommend?" Or I think she was asking a specific question about a specific fabric, and I was just like, "Buy this book, because." So let's see. Let's pick.
Tells you all the things.
Let's just hang on. Okay. So for example, working with lycra knits, it tells you the fabric facts suitable for sewing tips, pre-shrinking, layout, marking, cutting, interfacing, thread type, needle type, stitch length, presser foot, recommended seam finishings, how to press it, top stitching, closures, and hemming. It gives you all of that info for that one particular fabric. Obviously, you also need to kind of like experiment with things, but this is a really good reference point. So sequins. So fabric facts, suitable for sewing tips. Do not cut threads. Pull sequins out of seam allowance. Do not cut threads. Save some loose sequins to attach afterwards. Pre-shrink, not necessary. Store it rolled. Layout, marking, cutting, interfacing. Do press sewing or silk organza. No fusibles because you'll melt the sequins. Thread, good quality cotton or polyester. What type of needles? Have plenty on hand. Sequins dull the needle. Stitch length, 3 mm. Presser foot, use a zipper foot. Seam finishing, with standard presser foot, stay stitch along seam lines and darts sewing lines with matching thread. Run fray block or blue right side on stitching line. Pull sequins out of seam allowance and inside of dart sewing lines. Sew seams and darts with zipper foot. Finger press open. Hand whip to backside of fabric. Pressing, finger press only. Pressing with an iron will tarnish the sequins. Top stitching, not recommended. Hand picking close to the seam can help flatten seams. Closures, bias loop made from coordinating smooth shiny fabrics such as satin lining or silk charmeuse. Hand picked zippers are suitable for fitted garments. Hem, Face hems in skirts and dresses with smooth woven fabric or sequins will run your hose. I love that. This is, you know, like how many different like tips and tricks in one page of like there. I love this book. I absolutely love this book. Let's see. I mean, for example, the very first fabric they have in here is working with African mudcloth. I had no idea that that was even a thing. African mudcloth is a rather firm ethnic fabric. It's woven in 6-inch wide strips that are then joined by hand to make up fabric width. The fabric is sold by piece rather than by the yard. Suitable for vests, structured tops, jackets. Choose garment styles with minimum seaming to avoid breaking up the fabric design. Avoid princess styling. Also makes great placemats and table runners. Sewing tips. Let fabric feed naturally. I mean, like, I love this thing. This is so good. Let's see. Alison says the Socianary is a hard book to get. I haven't checked my link. I do think it's available on Amazon, but I'm not sure. But I really, really like it. And if you can get hold of it, I highly recommend. Alison's, I know it's a little annoying. Ever so often says, thanks, Sian and Nia, for keeping me company while I make my daughter's curtains. I've finished. See you next time. Bye-bye. Thank you for joining us. Alison says to Anna, my last printing bill was $110, but I keep those and trace out the patterns. I do the same, Alison.
Yeah.
If I've had it printed, then I will trace it. Anna says to Alison, ouch, megabucks. Mary says, yes, I love the new collection pattern review videos. It helps me when figuring out what I want to sew for that season. I really enjoy those as well. Alison says to Anna, I did get quite a lot printed though, and they are on good quality paper. I'm anticipating that these will last a long time, and they are patterns that I intend to make lots of. And Anna says to Alison, I can imagine you wanting to make lots after all that sticking, etc. Nicola says, Amazon, secondhand, 25 plus for £10 postage. Mary says, I love when you also match fabrics to patterns. And Anna says, I meant printing. Yeah, I mean, some of these books are not cheap. There is one of these that actually comes with fabric swatches in it as well. And that secondhand was something like £70. That was a very expensive book, which is why I went for the version without swatches in it, because I just couldn't justify the price for the other one. And I kind of thought that, you know, if I was going to be working with a fabric, then I would have a swatch of it myself, kind of thing. I mean, I've just turned to a page and it's Guatemalan cotton. How awesome is that jacket? Look.
Oh yeah,
I
it's like that sort of Aztec thing that you see travellers, backpackers wearing.
Yeah. So, Tencel. Tencel is produced by treating wood pulp into recyclable, non-toxic dissolving agent. Okay, so
does it have to be verified?
I think so, because it is much better for the environment.
Like allowed to be called Tencel.
Yeah, Tencel rayons are the way forward, definitely. But I love this book. I cannot rave about this book enough. Wool double cloth. I mean, some of these I've never even heard of.
You should make it your mission.
Like, they've even got like the seam finishes and things like that. So yeah, I love this. I highly, highly recommend this book. Highly recommend. It's a really good reference book, and I use this quite frequently, especially when I'm working with something that I haven't worked for in a while. So yeah, I will go through and have a look at the book video that I've done, the pattern book video, because if I haven't mentioned my reference books, then I will do a standalone video for my reference books 100%, because I think that's a really good idea. I'm really glad that I checked, because I was actually going to buy myself a second copy of this tailoring book, and I realized, so just looking at it just now, and it was like, aha, yes, I bought it the last time Lynn recommended it, so I'm glad that I didn't buy another one, because yeah. But oh, Ooh, excuse me. I just spilled water all down my front as well. Well done, Marshall. Right, where are we? Where are we? Anna says to Alison, the chat went strange. I meant printing. Alison says to Anna, the patterns are easier to store too and don't break apart. And I found a supplier of Burda tracing paper too. And Anna says to Alison, printed paper patterns are a lot better at storing. You're right, and they look more attractive. Alison says, I have an old sewing book from the 1950s. It's a high school textbook and doesn't feature any of the knit fabrics, but the old style of dressmaking is so interesting. Definitely, definitely. So, yeah, I think I'm going to call it a day at 4 hours today, because I genuinely don't have, I've done all the things that I wanted to do, and I am now literally just waffling at you. And we all know that I can do that for hours, but yeah. Nancy says, I think I'm going to sign off. Thanks for keeping me company. And one more time for the peeps in the back, please like the hangout. Thank you very much, Nancy. But yeah, thank you guys for hanging out with me. Alison says, I'm surprised, Sean, you don't have the Vogue sewing book. No, I don't. I don't. Although I think I might have had an older version of that. Like the Reader's Digest Vogue one. Is that the one you're talking about? I remember. Definitely don't have it up there though. Wonder where that went. Anna says, thanks, Sean and Mia. Hope the lamb is yummy. I'm sure it will be.
It will be. Danny's cooked
Yeah,
it.
Dad's cooked it. It's going to be very good. Very, very good. But yeah, thank you very much for giving me an idea for a video. The reference book video, if I've not done it already, will be a really good one to do. So yeah. But thank you very much for hanging out with me. It was really, really lovely to see you all. I have been looking forward to this all week. It has been something to look forward to all week, because this week, as I mentioned at the beginning, has been particularly pants. So thank you for cheering me all up. That has been very much appreciated. And I am so looking forward to showing you the new sewing space and taking you along with us when we get that made and transformed and all those things. It's going to be really cool. I'm planning on, as I say, I'm filming my lookbook and autumn winter sewing plans video either tomorrow or Tuesday, depending on if I can have the kitchen on which day, for a sew along video. So I'm planning on also, I'm going to make, I think I'm going to start with a couple of coats, because
oh sorry, that's
right. Mia's making noise. 2 seconds. Yeah, I think I'm going to start. I think I'm going to make the military green trench coat from the Princess pattern. I'm also going to make the thicker wool, my winter coat from the Princess pattern. I think I'm going to start with those two things, because I would like to have a smart winter coat, and by the time I think the sewing room is going to be up and running, it's going to be the point where it's winter and I'm going to want it then. So I think it's going to be sensible to start making it before we move. And then the same with the trench coat. It's going to be a much lighter weight coat, but it's still going to be an awesome coat to have for winter, as well as my Minoro jacket and my Kelly anorak. It's going to be nice to be able to either be smart, very smart, or kind of more relaxed. So I think that's the things that I'm going to start with. But I will be showing you all of the things that I plan on making over the next 4 months in one go, because that's just how I've decided to do it. So we'll see if it works as a concept. And if it does, great. If it doesn't, we'll try something else. So yes, Alison says, good night, Sean, Nia and Peeps. Love to Chiana. Thank you. Love to Binks and Maya as well, Alison. Thank you for hanging out with us. Mary says, bye, Sean. Thanks for the chat. Bethany says, see you guys in the next hangout. Have a lovely evening. Thank you, Bethany and Mary. Noelia says, I just played Thread Chicken with Bobbin and I won. Thanks for hanging out with us. Nice, Noelia. That's always good when that happens. I usually do. Cecilia says, see you all next time, Peeps. Ilova says, bye, Sean and Peeps. Have a great day. Thank you. See you soon. And Cecilia says, thanks for the great hangout. These are my favorite to watch. Thank you very much for hanging out with us, guys. It's been absolutely lovely. Sorry it's only 4 hours, but you know, got we've got family here, so I want to go and annoy them as well, because Dad's bringing them all home now, so it's going to get even noisier and more chaotic here. So it's probably best I sign off now. There will be a hangout next Sunday. James and Nia, you're leaving on Sunday, aren't you?
We are, but not until about 4:30.
So you will see Big Bird and Baby Bother at next Sunday's hangout. Not sure what I'm going to be doing yet, but I'll hopefully have something cut out so I can be doing some sewing with you guys, because I would very much enjoy that. So I hope you've enjoyed today, and I will see you all next week, but I will see you all in the vlog tomorrow. So good night, and I'm trying to end the stream gracefully as ever and probably failing. Bye.
Bye.